Welcome to Hieroglyph with Shakka-Ahmose. I am your host, Shakka-Ahmose, and thank you for tuning in and for coming to spend this time with me so that we can learn together and share messages that are overdue, long overdue, and need to be shared. Okay? So, again, thank you for being here. And the title, the actual title of this presentation was a little bit too long to actually put on the video. So the title just says Christianity, Multiculturalism versus African-Centeredness. That's not the full title. The full title is actually Christianity, Multiculturalism versus African-Centeredness, what many Black pastors fail to understand. Attention, Pastor Eric Mason. Okay. For those of you who don't know, Pastor Eric Mason is a brother who pastors a church in Philadelphia, and he's very outspoken and vocal about spiritual ideologies throughout the Black community, particularly as it pertains to Christianity and those ideologies that many Christians would deem hostile or adverse to them. And so I'm addressing him in this presentation for particular reasons, which will be made clear as we move forward. Okay? So I'm going to wait for a few more moments for people to come in. It's good to be back. It's very good to be back. I'm sure many of you know that last year was rather distracting for me. So I just really took some time for myself, some very well-deserved time for myself. And just divested myself of all the adverse energy and just restored some really good, clear, clean fuel, you know? And so we're here today to take care of business. And that's what we're going to do. Okay? So here we go. Okay. So again, business first, right? That's what we're here to do. So let me just take this. Okay. Put this here. This is live. I'm also going to be experimenting with doing some of my presentations pre-recorded, just so that I can see what the experience feels like, see if it's more beneficial to the platform and to the people watching. One of the benefits of I've been watching other people's platforms just to see how other people deliver their messages, and I've noticed that the ones that have really kept my attentions are the ones that are pre-recorded, and here's why. When the host is interacting with the chat, it can be distracting for viewers who are watching it later on, who are just tuning in to learn and want the information. I think the discretion should be left up to the host, depending on what kind of format you want for your platform. So this platform will most likely be a blended one, right? There, maybe one episode will be like live, like now, where I can interact with the chat, and then the very next episode strictly recorded. So that way there's no distraction, just straight through the information. And then the following one will be live again, and just keep going like that for a while until I figure out which one works best. Okay. So it's good to see you all here. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, India. Duau, Uncle Jasaneb, Nehem, and Nehemu. I appreciate you. And it's appreciative. I'm appreciative of being appreciated. I think that's what I wanted to say. And I appreciate you very much so, right back. So yeah, I'm just you people are funny. Shaka boom. Peace, Joe. Welcome. Hey, you gotta have it. Yes, right. And we are live. Absolutely. What a name. What a name. Right? Okay. Absolutely. Peace, Terry. All right. Absolutely. Without question. Yes. Absolutely. Oh yeah, you're gonna want a front row seat for this one. Yeah, you're definitely gonna want a front row seat for this one. Um, Today is this is the beginning of a conversation that's long overdue. That I've only skirted with it and I've only flirted with it for a lot of reasons. I wasn't sure who was ready and who wasn't ready for it. Um, I to be truthful, um, Hotep Choi always riding with me. Um, to be truthful, thank you. I appreciate that. It's good to be back. T-Map, I appreciate you. T-Map 33, absolutely. Um, and I really just wasn't sure, right? Absolutely. Hey, absolutely. Peace to you, beloved. I appreciate you, Haki, very much so. Absolutely. So yeah. So this use Afrocentric. What happens next? African centeredness use Afrocentric. No. Okay. There's a reason. So someone right. So also said, I appreciate you. Instead of using the term African centeredness, use Afrocentric or Africocentric instead. There's a reason why I have to reject that proposal. There's a history behind why I use the term African centeredness. It's out of deference to one of our esteemed elders, to one of our most prominent esteemed elders. And so I'll get into that as we go forward. In fact, that's in many respects is what this um, uh, broadcast is going to be about. So what it is about. Okay. Uh, okay. Okay. So okay. Um, Absolutely. Okay. All right. Absolutely. Peace to you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Very much so. Absolutely. I appreciate that. That was very, very thoughtful. I really, really appreciate that. Joe Cool, I appreciate that. Um, I'm only going to put this on the screen so I can take a snapshot. Okay. I took it. Got it. Okay. So let's put the ego back in the box because we're here for the people. Okay. That's what this is really about. Okay, great. All right. So I just wanted to run through all of the greetings because I've been gone for some time and I just wanted to see who was here with me. I have quite a few people here already. We're just getting started. We've got 45 people. And I have a sneaking suspicion that that number is going to go way up as this proceeds. Okay. So let's get started. We're not going to waste time. This is not going to be one of my usual ones. I'm trying to train myself, honestly. Oh, that's what I forgot, to time myself. I'm training myself to get in and out under an hour. Can you imagine that? Me with my 7 hour self, 8 hour lectures. I'm trying to train myself to get in and out under an hour, right? So I am setting my timer, right? I'm setting my timer for 45 minutes. I will be alerted at 45 minutes that I have 15 minutes left. Um, And the only way to train yourself is you just got to do it. So I'm starting right now. Bang. I got 45 minutes to get through this. I ain't got time to play with y'all. I'm on the timer. Okay. So yeah, my name is Shakka-Ahmose. Welcome to Hieroglyph with Shakka-Ahmose. And here we discuss subject matters and topics primarily related to ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet, religion, Christianity, the Bible, history in general, those types of things, right? That's the main thrust of the channel, of the platform, but the topics are going to cover a wide variety, but that is the main thrust, right? So I'm learning to restrict my topics and subject matter for a particular niche. And so to know my niche are people who want to know about ancient Egypt, its relationship to the Bible, those things that as they relate to the national Black community or global Black community, if you will. But being that I reside here in the USA, I'm primarily addressing the communities that I inhabit and frequent and grew up in. So, they say charity starts at home. So I'm always thinking and speaking in context of local. So when I'm talking about experience, although truthfully, if you know Black people, globally, our experiences are so reflective of one another in different expressions, but it's the same thing. So again, you're all welcome. I don't if you're tuning in from Johannesburg, if you're tuning in from the Bronx, if you're tuning in from the Netherlands, if you're tuning in from the UK, if you're tuning in from Miami, Compton, Dallas, Austin, Chicago, if you're tuning in from Denver, if you're tuning in from Colorado, if you're tuning in from Canada, if you're tuning in from Alaska, if you're tuning in from wherever you are in the world, if you're tuning in from Ghana, if you're tuning in from Sudan, from Rwanda, from Ethiopia, if you're tuning in from Zambia, if you're tuning in from Zimbabwe, if you're tuning in from South Africa, if you are tuning in from Angola, if you're tuning in from Congo, if you're tuning in from Uganda, Burundi, if you're tuning in from Chad, Niger, if you're tuning in from Nigeria, if you're tuning in from Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, if you're tuning in from New Zealand, Australia, right? If you're tuning in, welcome. Okay? And I will try to do you all service. So let me share with you briefly one of my pet peeves. One of my pet peeves that I've been entertaining lately, or that has been aggravating me, if you will, is that I pay attention to social media, and I noticed that one subject matter that doesn't ever really get tired. You can always find it if you're looking for a good debate or conversation. You can always find Black people debating the Bible, ancient Egypt, and Christianity, as well as Judaism, but primarily Christianity. There are more Black Christians in the world than there are Black Hebrew Israelites or Black people who subscribe to the Jewish faith. And so primarily the preoccupation is really with Christianity, and that's really what I'm going to be addressing for the long haul and the long run on this channel as it relates to ancient Egypt and things of that nature and other related topics. Okay, so and what you'll find is that if you really listen to these debates and you follow them the way I do, I go into so many different groups on Facebook and chat rooms, and just to see what people are saying, just to see if people are really studying, if they're really paying attention, and if they're doing real due diligence type of research. And what I find for the most part is, and mine is a very biased opinion because I've been studying this subject matter for 30 years plus. And so I have a very biased opinion when I see information. A lot of times, I just feel like, it doesn't really cut the mustard. Like people ask such simple questions that can be answered simply if they were doing their research. They ask silly questions like, well, if Adam and Eve made Cain and Abel, and Cain killed Abel, where did everybody else come from? Right? Who did Cain mate with? And so it irritates me because, or another question, what was Jesus doing between the time he was a child and the time when he was grown, because the scriptures don't cover that. The synoptic gospels, the gospels in general, don't cover that. And what I always tell people is, if that's what you're really interested in, all you have to do is you just have to know which genre of biblical literature to read. Biblical literature is a genre in and of itself, but in that genre, there are subsets of genres that are applicably called biblical literature. Now, all of this literature is not a part of the canonized content, but it is still considered biblical literature because it pertains to the same lineage of stories. Okay, and so you just have to know which particular subsets of biblical literature to read, and the answers are there. I mean, like full, you know, fully fleshed out. You know, um, it's really funny. Um, I'll show you this later. Normally, I just show people. I have to remember that I can also share my screen now. We're not stuck here. Right? It's like literally anything you're thinking here, you can just share your screen and just show, which is, I think, is just awesome because it ups the ante of teaching. But being that I'm on the time schedule, I'm going to get straight to, I'm going to get straight to the PowerPoint, to the presentation. But I just wanted to say that watching these debates and listening to these people argue back and forth, so you hear people critiquing the Bible and giving their breakdown of it. The questions and the statements are so elementary that it really shows that there are many people still stuck in their infancy of their knowledge concerning the origins of the Bible, where it came from, what it's really all about. And let me tell you something. When you've studied this stuff as long as I have, most people could not begin to imagine the kind of questions that someone like myself would have, because I have a field of answers that lay behind me that I've already accomplished for myself. And that's why I'm here to share some of those with you. But in this presentation, in fact, you know what? Not here to talk about the presentation. I'm here to get to it. So let's do that, okay? And thank you guys again for being here to spend this time with me. I really appreciate it, okay? Okay. So every so often, I just may need to readjust my camera, okay? So let's do that. India, I know you're watching. I'm not sure if you are a moderator, but if you're not, I need to make you one. So, because I can't be teaching to see who's being naughty in the chat. So I'm not sure exactly how to, but I'll figure it out. So I think I have to do that through YouTube. So let's see. Yes, there she is. I think she already is one. So let's see. No, she's already a moderator. Great, cool. I think she told me that before, in fact. So awesome. Awesome sauce. So all right, let's do it. Let's do it, people. I was supposed to present last night, but I was up actually putting this presentation together, and I got hungry and made myself a meal, and I can cook. Like I can really, I can get down, you know. And because of that, it knocked me out, man. That food, like most of what I eat is organic, so your body really, like, you know what I mean, absorbs it and consumes it, and your digestive system is going to work, and so all of the blood from your brain is going to your digestive system. I was like, yo, I'll see you guys tomorrow. So here I am, right? But I'm dedicated and committed to being here for you so that you can get the information. Okay. So at minimum 3 times a week, at most every day. Okay. So this is what I've been working towards. I had to get back in shape for this, psychologically, spiritually, physically. Yeah, I really did, you know. So, but I'm good now. So here we go. You're gonna want to pay attention to this. So we're going to share screen, and here we go. Here we go. All right, and bada bing, bada bang. There we go. Okay. All right. Now, technically, right? Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Sorry, guys. I forgot to do one thing. Hold on one sec. Hold on. Okay. I did forget to do one thing. I forgot to do this. No, that wasn't it. I forgot to. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'll see you guys in a second. On my own, I ain't never alone. They wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. On my own, I ain't never alone. They wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. I see it all. Looking back, I see your face. Seen so many great things. Hey, look at that. Surrounding myself with the best that this life had to offer on my own. Looking back. On my own, but I ain't never alone. They wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. On my own, I ain't never alone. They wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. I see it all. Looking back, I see you there. Seen so many great things. Hey, look at that. Surrounding myself with the best that this life had to offer on my own. Looking back. Okay, so I forgot to do that, so I just did that. Okay, so let's get to the presentation. Okay, here we go. Right. Okay. 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 So, here we go. All right. Hey, I appreciate that very much so. Very much so, Troy. Okay. So, just to get us all in the place, in the space, right? So here we go. Let's share the screen and let's do what we came to do. Right? Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Hey. All right, guys. Here we go. All right. So far, we're up to 55 people. See if we can get up to 1,000. Okay. Maybe not today, but eventually get up to 1 million. Okay. So, can you imagine that 1 million people watching? Woo! There'd be a lot to talk about. Trust me on this one. You know, I've always been a controversial person, and people have no idea how challenging it is to not be controversial. You know, especially when you're as imperfect as I am. So let me just make that very clear. I am a very imperfect person. So if anybody's coming here looking for a perfect person, wrong channel, wrong platform. Yeah, no, you got the wrong person. So I do what I do in spite of my imperfections. right? I have my own challenges like everyone else. And I just try to give my best, and I'm going to do that today for you guys. I think you deserve it. I think we've had enough people messing with our heads for long enough. This is an opportunity to straighten some things out in our minds, in ourselves, in our communities, in our families, in our relationships. And so, and just to have some clarity. So, yeah. Okay. So, here we go. Okay. Yes. Hieroglyph is Shakka-Ahmose. That's where we're at, and that's what we're looking at. Okay. So, about 2 years ago, I discovered a group on Facebook called Conscious Christianity. And this is not the first time you've heard me bring it up. I've brought it up before. Okay. And when I discovered it, I was surprised to see the term conscious of Christianity. And what I discovered was that it's made up of a group of uh, black urban apologists, Christian apologists. Those are people who defend their faith. And um, this whole conscious Christian thing, as it turns out, whether they will admit it or not, was in response to the so-called conscious community gaining a lot of traction throughout the black ethos. And they felt that they wanted to be inclusive in that discourse and that they were being marginalized. And so, as Christians always do, they appropriate someone else's term and they apply it to themselves. And, the more things change, the more things stay the same. So just as they plagiarized everyone else's labels and names and precepts and motifs and theologies and so on and so on, this is just one more term that they appropriated for themselves, consciousness. And so it's amazing because they have such I find it to be very instructive because they have so much animosity toward the conscious community, yet they appropriate the term conscious for themselves. But that shows you that when we say that they plagiarize, that there you have it, right in front of your face, proof. Conscious. So they went for just Christian wasn't enough. They had to add, for marketing and promotion purposes, they had to, because they were losing the young people, because all the young people were coming to the so-called conscious crowd. Now, for the record, let me just say this, and I've always said it, and I'll say it again. I have never considered myself a part of a so-called conscious community. I still don't. I never have, and I never will. That's not what I was raised in or what I grew up in. I grew up in an African-centered community, a community that was focused on our African heritage and our African descent. Okay, so and that's what I represent. Okay, I don't represent a conscious community, whatever people may seem that to be. I understand who is being highlighted or who comes to mind when you hear that term and what comes to mind when you hear that term. I'm just stating for the record that that's not my affiliation. Although I know that I am affiliated with that community because of platforms I've appeared on and companies I've kept. But that should be no reflection of my own thinking and my own positions on various matters. So, take each person as they come. That's what I strongly recommend. Okay. So I try to do that even with Christians. I try to take each person as they come and not lump them all into one thing. Not all Christians are super close-minded. Believe me when I tell you, not all of them are. This group is extremely close-minded, these black urban apologists. So that's why I think a dialogue needs to be had. And this is my effort at getting that dialogue off the ground, at least with respect to my participation. Okay. So moving right along. So yeah, when black pastors attack, right? So these are the main culprits, right? The usual suspects. I should have took that doctor off of there because I don't consider him a doctor. Pastor Eric Mason, he's a pastor. Doesn't have a PhD, and the doctor of divinity that he has, if he even has that, is worthless in my book, from an academic perspective, which is reflected in his speech. You also have Pastor Jerome Gay Jr. You also have Dr. Vince Bantu, who is actually a PhD, but I don't consider him a doctor by virtue of his perspective. His perspective renders him inacademic, non-academic. And so when you say, no matter what proof or evidence you show me, Jesus is my Lord and Savior, then that you're no longer worthy of the term doctor, because you've already put belief before knowledge. So sorry, that's a different value system. Okay. Then there's wannabe Dr. Damon Richardson. He's Christian apologist extraordinaire. And then you have their proteges on the bottom, Pastor Bennett, Alfredo Valentin, and I forgot Adam Coleman. Now let me say something. You know, I personally, genuinely, I like these guys. You know, I look at it like this: without each other, we'd all be bored to death. You know what I'm saying? We give each other purpose, so to speak. We, it's like when you think about the Lakers, right? What would the Lakers be without any other team in the league? Just a bunch of, they'd have to play themselves, right? And so that's the best way to look at this, believe it or not, because there's a competitive element to this thing that the Christians engage in, but they don't like to admit or be honest about. Okay, what they do is they frame it in scriptural language when they talk about defending the faith, right? They actually quote, I think, Paul or Peter, one of them, talking about how one must defend the faith and blah 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 blah, right? Defending the faith and defending this is what's lost on them. Defending the faith and defending the truth aren't necessarily one and the same thing. I'll guarantee you, if you look up the word truth and you look for synonyms, you won't see faith anywhere in there. Okay, so I never thought about that until just now, but that's true. You know, that goes to tell you something. If you look for synonyms for the word truth, you will not see faith. Go do it right now. Just pull up a thesaurus, type in the word truth, and they're going to give you different words that mean truth, and see if you see the word faith. Nope, you won't see it. Okay, so that alone should tell you something. I would show you on the screen, but for time's sake, we're going to keep it moving. So, how I discovered the Conscious Christians was a video popped up in my feed, on my Facebook feed, and it was a video called it said, "Stop promoting white supremacy." That's what the person typed in the caption. Stop promoting white supremacy. Oh, that's what it said right here. It said, "Stop promoting white supremacy." And I was like, well, I'm for that. What's that about? And I watched the video, and it was Pastor Eric Mason speaking about Christianity being not being the white man's religion. They're really hung up on that. They are really hung up on this whole Christianity is not the white man's religion. That's their whole thing. And they'll tell you, not that it's black, because they'll tell you in a minute, I'm not, that's their failsafe. They always say, I'm not trying to blacken Christianity, right? However, they want to highlight the black contribution to Christianity. So as you can see it right here. In fact, in this, now this is to show you how intense they are with this. In this video, Pastor Eric Mason was talking about Christianity is not the white man's religion. So I watched it, and if you notice, he said, I had the caption on. He said, the first thing that caught my attention was, he said, I tell hoteps something important. Whenever you act like Christianity was the white man's religion, I was like, well, wait a minute. Why are you using a pejorative like hoteps? And then I realized that's, okay, in my community, we call that the ignorant crowd. Because they don't know anything about ancient Egyptian culture, they only know the word that we use to salute one another. But that's like calling Muslims salams, right? Or calling Jewish people shaloms. You wouldn't do that because it's disrespectful. So for some reason, they think it's acceptable to call people in the Kemetic community hoteps, and it's not. And if you want to know where that came from, just to let you know, A lot of people don't understand where the term hoteps came from. The term hoteps came from the homosexual black community. Okay, it started a few years ago when they got amongst themselves and they decided to perpetuate and wage a smear campaign against the Kemetic community. The reason for that was because they discovered early on. At first, they were kind of on board with the whole hotep and ancient Egypt and the Ankhs and all of that. They were on board until they discovered that ancient Egypt itself as a civilization was very anti-homosexual. Once they discovered that, and that it's actually in the text, because a lot of people, I'm pretty sure many people made it clear through the text that ancient Egypt was indeed, it's documented, they were very anti-homosexual. And so once they realized that sexually they did not have a place in that ancient Egyptian milieu, they decided to, if we can't join it, then destroy it. And so they waged a smear campaign against the Kemetic community. And what they used was the only term that they knew, which shows you how small-minded this community is. They didn't bother to do any research to come up with a better name. And so, or maybe it was reversed. Maybe they felt that the Kemetic community was small-minded, so they would only refer to them with this one term, and that was hoteps. Hotep just means content, and it means peace, and it also means offering. And it is a sacerdotal term. It's a priestly term. It's a temple term. It's temple language. It comes out of the temple. Okay? So just so that you know that. Most people don't know that. It's not just a casual, hey, what's up, as one of the duo from a group who call themselves Very Smart Brothers. One of them is named Damon. I mean, it seems like all the black men that I meet with the name Damon are always so unbelievably ignorant. I don't know where that comes from. But he wrote an article for The Root saying that Hotep means what's up. Hotep does not mean what's up. Okay? What's up is a question, which reflects that you're ignorant about something. You're saying what's up because you don't know. You need to be informed, which means you're uninformed. Hotep is not, this is not an uninformed culture. So they would not use an uninformed greeting or a greeting that expresses being uninformed. Hotep means peace. It means to be content, and it means offering. Okay, so, but in any event, they use that term pejoratively, and they use it as an insult. Oh, he's a hotep. She's a hotep. You hoteps. And it's unfortunate because anytime somebody uses that term, the first thing it tells me is that they're ignorant. They're ignorant, and it's almost like sour grapes. It's like a guy who wants a girl, and when he can't get her, he'll say, she was ugly anyway. And that's what they do. So because they can't navigate successfully and ascribe the culture to themselves, they therefore seek to denigrate it, right? If I can't be a part of it, then it's worthless. It has no value. Okay, well, that's your choice. But it doesn't lose any value for us. We understand its value and we embrace it and we defend it and we represent it. Okay, so shout out to the Kemetic community. So let's keep it moving. I got a less commentary, more presentation. That's the equation I'm working with in my mind. Okay, so he said, when I tell Hotep something important, he said, I tell Hotep something important. I was like, well, wait a minute. Who is this talking, calling people Hoteps? And so in that video, he's talking about Christianity is not the white man's religion. And when you go to the Facebook page of Conscious Christianity, as you can see, their name is right there, Conscious Christianity. They have another video called Is Christianity a White Man's Religion? And it has a part 1 and it has a part 2. So I'm presuming that this first one that I was looking at is part 2. That's what I'm presuming. And this is part 1. So that's their thing. Is Christianity the white man's religion? And they have another video called The Truth About Jesus and Horus. So this is a Christian pastor in a black church in a black community in Philadelphia, under the false impression that he is speaking truthfully about the Kemetic community and about ancient Egypt. And I watched the video, and the only thing that I can say is that if I had to give him a report card, I would have to give him an F. for failure because he failed. It's apologetics. It's not teaching. It's apologetics is not teaching. Just like defending the faith is not defending the truth. You're just basically you're basically spewing a party line. That's all you're doing. You're defending your doctrine, and to do that, you need to denigrate the other, as opposed to just give objective information, which he doesn't do. So he's not teaching, right? In fact, that's what he's preaching, and that's what they do, right? So let's get back to it. So they have the truth about Jesus and Horus, right? There's another one which I forgot to put in there. Oh wow, I forgot to put that in there. The other one is well, I'm really surprised I forgot to put that in there. The truth about comedics and something else, right? I'm really surprised. So this is his book that he edited. It's called Urban Apologetics. I own it. I was supposed to have it on camera. Oh, in fact, let me be true to the game. Give me 1 second. I'm back. Okay. So just to let you know, I play fair, right? I don't judge people or their work unless I've actually consumed it and I've interfaced with it. So there it is, right here. Urban Apologetics. That's his book. This is the pastor's book. I've read it, okay? And took notes and everything. And I've already done some preliminary responses to it, but not in full. I'll probably redo those responses for the Hieroglyph platform and more further ones. Okay, so if I had to give the book a grade, I would say that I was only interested in one part of the book, and the part of the book that I was interested was in Vince Bantu's. So most of the people that you see here, right? 1 second. Most of these people that you see here have a chapter in that book. They wrote in that book, okay? Jerome Gay Jr. wrote a chapter in the book. Damon Richardson wrote a chapter in the book. Vince Bantu also wrote a chapter in the book. So did Adam Coleman, who I don't have here. Sorry, Adam, I should have had you in here. I'll put you in the future one. So I wanted to read Dr. Vince Bantu's, well, Pastor Vince Bantu's chapter on the Kemetic community, right? So that's what he wrote. He wrote about the Kemetic community. And I wanted to see what he had to say. So let me just open it up for you very quickly. Where's it at? Here we go. Right? What is that? Page 115. Okay. So I think that Pastor Mason should thank me for basically giving his book some attention. Here's the book, and they have a chapter in there called The Gospel and Kemetism. Okay? As you can see, I have it highlighted, right? It's called The Gospel and Kemetism. And I read the whole thing, and I was very disappointed because of the lack of real scholarship. There was no real scholarship in it. It was just a lot of misinformation. A lot of it was very weak, and it was very misleading and very inaccurate. And I just felt that I was really disappointed for someone with a PhD to do such poor research. It's really, really bad research. Now, I can't give you my opinion or my perspective on the other chapters in the book because I wasn't interested in the other chapters in the book, and I therefore did not read them. Most likely, I would probably not read them. Or maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I might get bored and have nothing else to read and read it. And maybe I just might be looking for something to respond to. And I just say, you know what? Let me see what Damon Richardson wrote. Let me see what this one wrote. And you see, most of them, the problem is that when they write, most of them are playing catch up. They didn't grow up in the Kemetic community. They didn't grow up reading Kemetic literature or really studying the culture because they don't care about it. And so if you don't care about the culture, how can you expect to know about the culture? Just by reading a few cursory things and doing a little bit of research, that's not how you learn this. And which is why they end up doing more misleading and more miseducating than anything else. So I just wanted to put that out there. Okay. And look, I even when referencing you guys, I give you the black Jesus. I give you, look, see that? I give you the black Jesus. I didn't even put a white Jesus up here to make fun of you guys. That's not what I'm here for, you know? So that's really not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to make fun of you guys. So now recently, remember I told you their whole thing is Christianity being not the white man's religion. So recently, Pastor Mason has taken to TikTok, and congratulations. And he just recently did another video, Christianity, the white man's religion. So this is their mantra, that everything that they stand on in order to make Christianity palatable to the black community is that it's not the white man's religion. So as long as it's not the white man's religion, it should therefore be palatable to us. If it's the Chinese man's religion, it's okay. If it's the Native American man's religion, it's okay. If it's, I don't know, anybody who's not white, as long as the person's not white, black people should therefore be amenable to it. We should be amenable to Hinduism. We should be amenable to Buddhism. We should be amenable to all of these different religions simply because they're not the white man's religion. That's the logic that they're following. So Christianity should be palatable to us because it's not the white man's religion. Okay, well, that's your standard for what the black community should pursue spiritually. I think that's a pretty low standard, just because it's not the white man's religion. Okay, and that remains to be seen. So let's move forward. So he did this. It's Christianity, white man's religion. So I'm going to give an answer to the question, which is right here. Okay. And the reason I'm giving this answer to the question is because I know it's their answer. And the reason I know it's their answer is because I've heard them say it out of their mouths 100 times. Okay. Now, because I'm going to highlight it, they're going to deny they said it. Then I'm going to have to go back to the videos, chop it up, and show you where they actually said it. I'm just going to take a slice out where they said it. When I say chop it up, I don't mean putting it together to make them say something that they didn't say. I don't engage in that, right? I'm talking about just grabbing the piece of the video where they said it over and over and over again. In fact, Vince Bantu, the person who wrote the chapter on the gospel and Kemetism, the name of his book, he has his own book, and it's called A Multitude of People, right? It's called A Multitude of People for the same reason I give the answer here, that Christianity, what they say, it's not the white man's religion. What they say it is, and I agree with them, is that it's a multicultural religion. Okay? It is a multicultural religion. They stand on that. They stand on that. They die on that hill. Now, they use other euphemisms. Okay? Some of the other euphemisms that they use, that's the funny thing about words. You know, you can use different words to say the same thing. Okay? Synonyms. So rather than call it multicultural, they like to say it's universal. Same thing. Do you see that? See the twist on words? See it's not really a twist, but you see how it massages you, right? It's not, or it's multicultural, but another word that they like to use is universal. You get it? Okay, this is for everybody. Okay, you don't have to be black, you don't have to be white. It's universal, and I really don't have a problem with that. I really don't. But things have to be put in context when they are being related to other things. You understand? So I have no problem with the universality of or the universalness of Christianity. I have no problem with that. I think that it should be commended, you know, that it is as inclusive as it is. So let's move forward. Okay. Okay, so let's look at what multiculturalism is. Okay, that's what we're going to do. What is multiculturalism? Because one of the things I noticed about this generation is that in this day and time, people throw words around and they don't really understand the terms or the history of the terms. They don't understand the term in various contexts. So we just throw these words around and use them. We don't really understand them. So let's take a quick look and see what this actually means. Okay. We're going to use the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy from Stanford University. Okay. It says multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is part of a broader political movement for greater inclusion of marginalized groups, including African Americans, women, LGBTQ people, and people with disabilities. Okay? Now I want you to just think about that cabal we've been thrown into as a group. So we are lumped in with LGBTQ, people with disabilities, right? So, and then in that, they shove in and include women and Black people in general. If that alone doesn't send off alarms to tell you that something is up, you know, so that's what multiculturalism, that's what it represents to a lot of people. Let's continue. All right. Now this is important. Pay attention. And you notice that definition came about in 1992. Why is that important? What I try to explain to all of you is that it was in 1992 that a lot of these things that you people are seeing now these days, when it comes to Black history and Black history books, the Kemetic community, and all of these things, 1992 was a turning point. Most of you don't know because many of you were not around for that history. 1992 was the quincentennial of Columbus' discovery of America. And America became racially divided, or the racial division of America was highlighted due to hostilities because of resistance to and protesting of celebrating Christopher Columbus as a hero. And it was in that milieu that the book They Came Before Columbus by Dr. Ivan Van Sertima and many other advents came to pass. In fact, Dr. Van Sertima testified before Congress because they wanted to know, what should we do about this problem? And he said that they should refer to it as a voyage of exploration and not a voyage of discovery, because of, well, we all know why. So, and it was in that period that many seminal things happened in the universities across this country that most of you are ignorant of, you know nothing about, because you don't really follow what I call the brain industry. You don't follow the mind industry. If you don't follow movements in universities, then you don't know what kind of minds are being let loose on the public from these higher institutions of learning, these hollow halls of academia. And so because I come from an academic family, my mother, my sisters, I grew up in universities. I grew up in colleges. I literally did. I grew up in Hunter College in New York, the Cooney system, the City University of New York. I grew up in. I definitely grew up in the Cooney system, City College of New York. And I would tell you, don't sleep on these institutions. You have people who have attended these institutions, got degrees, and then went back and ruled their countries. I can name two for you right now: the Philippines, Imelda and I forgot her husband's name, Marcus, of the Philippines. Okay, the husband and wife. I don't know if that was Cory Aquino. No, that wasn't Cory Aquino, but it was the Marcuses. And in any event, their degrees were from the CUNY system, and they went back and ruled their country, right? And they're not the only ones to do it. Others have done it. And there are a lot of illustrious billionaires who have actually come out of these universities. And so I was very proud to have grown up in this environment of academics. And we're going to take a look at that, okay, because it's part of this story. So in any event, let's get back to the multiculturalism. In 1992, that's when a lot of things came to head. Okay, that's when a lot of things came to head. So let's finish reading this. Now look what it says about multiculturalism. It says this broader political movement is reflected in the multiculturalism debates in the 1980s. I grew up in those debates. Okay? I'm just getting started and my 45 minutes are up. Well, I tried. Okay? So I grew up in those debates. And those debates were over whether and how to diversify school curricula to recognize the achievements of historically marginalized people. So you have to understand how deep that is, because they weren't just deciding how they were going to include the history of other people in the school curricula throughout America, particularly in New York. They were trying to determine whether they were going to do it or not. So yeah, they don't really understand how power works and what the struggle really looks like. Okay, but we're going to take a look at that. That's what they were trying to determine. Not just how they were going to do it, but if they should at all. Think about that, okay? And if you look in your children's textbook today, you can see the answer to those questions. I know because I have one of the textbooks right here on the floor next to me, okay? All right. So let's continue. So I want you to think about that. It was in the 1980s, and it came to a head in 92. Oh, yeah, it came to a head in 92. We're going to look at it. So the 80s and 90s school curriculum wars, that's what we're going to look at, okay? All of this has to do with Christianity not being the white man's religion. Pay attention and you'll see why, okay? Pay attention and you'll see why. The 80s and 90s school curriculum wars. All right, so the first thing you need to know about the 80s and the 90s is that two books were floating around the universities. White teachers were reading from these books, and they were teaching from these books. And they were basically forcing their students to read these books. Not to critique them, but to learn from them. Okay? So the first book that you need to know about is The Bell Curve. Okay? The Bell Curve by Charles Murray and Richard Herrnstein. Okay? The Bell Curve, Intelligence, Class Structure in Intelligence and Class Structure in American Life. The other book was The Disuniting of America, Reflections on a Multicultural Society by Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., actually. So let's see what the Bell Curve was about. The Bell Curve was written by these two men. Promoted racial eugenics theories, claiming that whites and Asians are genetically superior in intelligence to blacks and Latinos. Yes, this is what they were teaching in the school system in the 80s and the 90s at the university level. So if you were paying your hard-earned money as a black person to go sit in a university, you had to sit there and be taught by a professor who was teaching you and exposing you to documentation that declared that black people had a lower IQ than whites and Asians. Okay? And they were using the Bell Curve to do this. The other book, The Disuniting of America, written by this man, Arthur Schlesinger, who was teaching at the City College of New York, which is right up the block from where I live. Okay? My mother and my sister graduated from there, as well as many of my family members. He was teaching out of this book, one of the most devastating and articulate, I must have left it out. I don't know how I did that. attacks. I left out the word attacks. I don't know how I did that. One of the most devastating and articulate attacks on multiculturalism yet to appear. And that's from the Wall Street Journal. Okay? One of the most devastating and articulate attacks on multiculturalism yet to appear. The Wall Street Journal. So, that should tell you something. If these people didn't even want to entertain multiculturalism, you already know where that left African-centeredness. African-centeredness wasn't even to get, African-centeredness wasn't even allowed to come into the conversation. So in order for African-centeredness to even be brought into the conversation, it was an issue that needed to be forced. Okay? So you need to know this. Now the problem, now these books were being used to teach Black people in the middle of New York, in City College, and in other universities. The problem at City College in New York was that you had all of these people teaching there as well. You had all of these PhDs teaching at City College at the same time. You had Dr. Leonard Jeffries, who was the chair of the Africana Studies Department. You had, and now Dr. Jeffries was, because he was the chair of the Africana Studies Department, he was very instrumental in bringing over many other very capable and competent Black scholars. Okay? Starting with his elder, Dr. John Henrik Clark, whom he brought from Hunter College. Okay? Dr. Clark retired from Hunter College and went to City College, CCNY. He brought over to City College, Dr. Clark brought over to City College Dr. John G. Jackson, who wrote the book Christianity Before Christ and the Christ Pagan Myths. He also wrote The Age of Gold and Silver, and he also wrote Introduction to African History, which was a required textbook at City College and other colleges throughout the country. They also had there Dr. Sharshi McIntyre, who was a capable, competent scholar herself, who wrote the book Criminalizing of a Race. They also had there Dr. Edward Scobie, who fought in the Royal Air Force for the United Kingdom. He was a Black man. Both of these, by the way, are Black men, for those of you who don't know. John G. Jackson was a Black man. Dr. Edward Scobie was a Black man. They were very proud of it and fiercely proud of it and made it very clear. They also had at City College our beloved Professor James Small, whose classroom I sat in on numerous occasions. Numerous occasions. Okay? Particularly in the very early 90s. Okay? I had known him long before that, but I didn't start frequenting his classes regularly until the very early 90s. And if I fail to mention Brother Reggie, he will do something very bad to me. So I had to put him in here because he was a very integral part of this community. He absolutely was. He was almost, as if you would say, the student representative of these people, of this community. So he deserves to be mentioned. But one of the things that made them very, very powerful was that they had the support of this queen, Dr. Adelaide Sanford, who was elected to the Board of Regents for the state of New York, which means she was extremely influential in the area of education, could determine what could be taught and what could not be taught. She was and she was elected to the board, I think about 4 or 5 times in a row. She was an extremely powerful force in that community. And to the best of my knowledge, she still is. Okay, let's continue. Now, Arthur Schlesinger, who wrote The Disuniting of America, which was an attack on multiculturalism, he he was basically up against all of this black intelligentsia. Why? I'll tell you why. Now, this community, keep in mind, this community, of course, you know, Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben had a relationship, and Dr. Jeff, so you know, they brought him over, so he was a member of this community and often lectured at City College. Many times, which I was fortunate enough to sit in the classroom. So, racist, white, pro-Western racist academics like Arthur Schlesinger had to contend with, now here's the key part, for the first time in history, in the history of this country, white academia at large had to compete and had to confront or were confronted by a collective, a black intelligentsia that was academically competent enough to stand up to them and tell them what was going to be taught concerning black people and what was not going to be taught concerning black people. This was a milestone in our history. And you really need to understand that this was a war. It was an actual war. It was a war that I grew up in. Oh, yeah. If your parents or your relatives, your siblings, if they were a part of this movement, you had no choice but to be caught up in it. So that explains me, okay? Because my family has personal relationships with most of these people that you see here on the screen, okay? Very intimate relationships as a family, okay? Dr. Leonard Jeffrey gave my sister away at her wedding. My younger sister was Dr. John Henry Clark's personal secretary in his home. Not at the university, in his home. Professor James Small, my favorite uncle, who I'm delinquent in contacting. And I admit, I stand up to that. I shoulder that burden. And then Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinen, who was certainly my mother's spiritual godfather without question, as he was to many people. Okay? And toward the end of his life, I developed a personal relationship with him and spent time in his home with him. Although I had grown up around him since I was a child, at least 9, 10 years old. I had grown up around most of these people. So this was a very intimate experience for me. Okay? So when people like Pastor Eric Mason and Vince Bantu and the rest of these individuals speak about these situations, conscious community and blah, blah, they don't know what they're talking about. They are so out of the loop, it's not even funny. I couldn't begin to tell you how out of the loop they are, but let's commentary more presentation. So, of course, you know, they brought in, and because this community was going on, Dr. Van Sertima, who was teaching at Rutgers University, Ivan Van Sertima, and by the way, Dr. John G. Jackson and Ivan Van Sertima were both teaching at Rutgers University. Dr. Van Sertimer wanted very much to be a part of this community. I'm not going to tell you what he had to do to become a part of it, but he did it. And he eventually became a part of our greater community. Okay? And we were glad to have him. So this is, can you imagine all of these people all on one page, on one footing? Not that they didn't have their disagreements, but one thing that they were in agreement about was Black minds needed to be protected. Our true history needed to be brought front and center and highlighted systemically, and here's the key word, institutionally. Our history and the true facts about world history needed to be brought front and center and institutionalized so that when Black people were paying tuition to learn, they were not paying to be miseducated. Okay? You're going to go into all that debt, student loan, just to be miseducated? Really? Really? Okay. Okay. And so what it eventually became, I want you to pay attention. What it eventually became was literally, you know how they say, watch this. Hold on, I want you to see me when I do this. Have you ever heard the term, the revolution will not be televised? It's one of the most truest statements you'll ever hear. And I'll tell you why. The revolution will not be televised. And here's the key thing. If you only get your information from television, let's just say the revolution already took place. Well, if the revolution will not be televised, then would you know it took place? You wouldn't even know. You'd be out of the loop. You focused on Doja Cat or Zendaya or you know who these people are, Atlanta Housewives or Love and Hip Hop. I don't even know what you watch today. Wild 'N Out, right? How would you know How would you know the revolution took place already? You wouldn't know. You'd be out of the loop. But those of us who are in the loop, who were part of the revolution, we know what that statement means. And it's true. The revolution will not be televised. And here's why. Very simple. Because the revolution took place in books. A war for the mind takes place in books. You understand? That is the last stop. People fail to underestimate how powerful books are. They fail to underestimate it. Or rather, they don't fail to underestimate it. They do underestimate it. But they fail to understand and realize how powerful books are. So it became a war of, it became, as Stephen Biko said, our Malcolm X of South Africa. He said, the greatest possession in the hands of the oppressor is the minds of the oppressed. And Dr. Leonard Jeffries, who we just saw, the chair of the Africana Studies Department at City College, New York, he said, the most powerful weapon in the hands of the liberator is the minds of the oppressed. Meaning, at the end of the day, the fight is for your mind. You understand? This is what the war was for. You really have to understand who these people are. These people went to war for your mind. I don't think you understand how big that is. I don't think you understand how important that is, of what they actually did. All of these people that you see, including the white boy, he went to war for your mind too. But what he wanted to do with it was different. What he wanted to do with it was not what they wanted to do with your mind. They wanted to restore your mind. He wanted to sing your mind to sleep. He wanted to medicate your mind. He wanted to make you docile, benign, harmless. You see, white people have a habit. When I say white people, I don't mean all white people. I'm speaking about white people with racial interest. They have a habit, or racial cultural interest. They have a habit of seeing the world through the perspective of, you can be my friend as long as you're not a threat. But if you're a threat, you cannot be my friend. And a conscious, aware, educated Black person who is culturally intact and historically intact, that is viewed as a threat. But a harmless Negro would not know that. Okay? So, and you know what kind of Black people I'm referring to when I say a harmless Negro, right? We know what kind of Black people those are. So, I mean, we gotta love them too, you know. So this is what the war was. So it became Africa, the mother of Western civilization, versus the disuniting of America, reflections on a multicultural society. And look at that title, The Disuniting of America, Reflections on a Multicultural Society. It makes it sound like he's going to speak nicely about multiculturalism. Like he's going to, oh yes, you know, America. That's how misleading the title was. It was an attack on multiculturalism. It was a devastating white supremacist attack. If you don't believe me, read the New York Times review on it. It's online, just type it in. New York Times review of this title. It'll come right up. It's one of the first few links that'll come up. And they tell you, it was a white supremacist attack on multiculturalism. That's what it was. So, let us continue. So that's what it became. It became Africa, the Mother of Western Civilization, one of the best books you'll ever read, versus The Disuniting of America by Schlesinger, right? It became The African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality by Shakka-Ahmose Diop, versus The Bell Curve. So here you have one book teaching you that Black people originated civilization, the ancient Egyptians were Black, and that they gave civilization to the world. While on the other hand, you had another book, The Bell Curve, teaching you that Black people have a lower IQ than Asian or white people and are destined to remain that way for all time. And this is what they were teaching in the classroom. Like, I don't think you people really understand what I'm saying. Okay? I really don't think you understand what I'm saying. I hope I include, one second, I have to see something. Did I include it? Okay, maybe I did or didn't. I'm not sure. Oh, hold on one second. So this is what was going on. In the 80s and the 90s, they were teaching the bell curve and the Disunited America in the classroom. So if you were a Black student, you had to sit there with all the other white students, because they have a lot of white students that go to City. You had to sit there with all the other white students, the Italian students, the Jewish students, the Irish students. You had to sit there and be taught that Black people have a lower IQ. And the professor stood in front of the class. This is not the 1960s, people. I'm talking about 1992, 1991, 90. 89, 88, 87, 86, 85. I was grown in all of those years. In all of those years, I was grown. This is not ancient history. This is what they were teaching in the classroom at the university level. So if they were teaching that at the university level, just imagine what they were teaching in the high schools and the grade schools. This was a war, because you have to understand, books have real life consequences, usually much larger than you can tell, because the end result is politicians read these. You understand? What do they say? Most countries, when they conquer countries, what do? Most empires, when they conquer countries, they separate the philosophers from the military. Because the philosophers are the ones that shape the minds. The academics are the ones that shape the minds. Who do you think is pulling Putin's strings? You don't know? Type in the name Alexander Dugin and see what his relationship is to white supremacy, for those of you who love Putin. Type in Alexander Dugin. That's basically Putin's brain. But you know this already. So this is what it was. You have to understand, politicians really read these books. So when you come walking into a congressional room or some other high office, and you wonder why people are telling you have to come through the back door, or people are telling you you don't belong here, your favorite thing, right? Because they read this kind of material and they're taught this stuff in school. So when a white person tells you, oh, black people are stupid, or they have low intelligence, they're not telling you that because they made it up. They're telling you that because the literature that they're reading and being exposed to is telling them this. T.I. said the rapper T.I., Tip, who I like actually and appreciate and respect, but he said something that I wanted to highlight for him on his platform. What is it? Indubitably, something like that. I forgot the name of it. I forgot the name of his platform, but I watch it occasionally. Sometimes he has some intelligent discourse on there. But he said he can't think of a book that he ever really learned anything from. He said he can't really remember really learning from a book. Well, we all know the saying. You want to hide something from a black man, put it in a book. It's unfortunate that that's a saying. When we created books, but if you don't read books, you won't know we created books. There's no excuse for a black person not reading books heavily. There's no excuse at all. Okay? Other than the fact that you can't read. And then I would suggest you do read. I didn't say what I said about Putin so we could talk about Putin. I said what I said about Putin so we could talk about Alexander Dugin. This is what I mean when I say black, you don't pay attention. You call up in your own little world. You should be expanding your world every shot you get. I threw out the name Alexander Dugin. That's who you should be talking about in the chat. Anyway. So they also had to compete. It became Pagan Origins of the Christ Myth or Christianity Before Christ, both books by Professor John G. Jackson, and Black Woman of Antiquity, and They Came Before Columbus by Dr. Van Sertima, versus Why Race Matters, Race Differences and What They Mean by Michael E. Levin. This is a very important book that most of you have never heard of. Why Race Matters, Race Differences and What They Mean. Michael E. Levin. You know you ain't never heard the book because you don't read shit. I'm gonna stop using profanity. You know you never read the book because you don't read. Right? You know I'm right. So why is that book important? Why Race Matters? Or Race Matters, the differences between the races and why it matters. Isn't that the title? What is it? Why Race Matters, Race Differences and What They Mean. Michael Levin. Let's see what the Southern Poverty Law Center had to say about Michael Levin. Okay? So y'all can see how serious this is. Read it. Southern Poverty Law Center about Michael Levin. Writing in both academic outlets and fringe political newsletters, he rejects the very idea of equality, insisting that Black, female, gay, or disabled people are at best inferior to and at worst parasites on straight, white, able-bodied men. Levin's views are so extreme that in 1991, CUNY, the City University of New York, took the unusual step of offering students alternate sections of his classes. Levin responded even more unusually, suing his university to prevent further investigation into or disciplinary action in response to his racist writings. He was teaching that, and guess where he taught? I just told you. He was teaching with Arthur Schlesinger up at City College. This was a real war. You had Black students sitting in their classroom at the same college that all of these great Black professors were teaching at. Who do you think the students were complaining to? The Black students would get up out of their classes and go complain to Professor Smalls, Dr. Clark, Dr. Jeffries, Dr. Jackson, Shashi McIntyre, Edward Scobie. And who do you think was one of the students complaining? Brother Reggie. This is history. You see people on side of the TV not realizing these are people that made history in this city. And it was a real war. Are you not, see, the only thing y'all know is if it's not in the music video and if it ain't gangster, people throwing up signs and Bloods and Crips. No, this was the real war. You think it wasn't a war? You think Dr. Leonard Jeffries didn't have to have bodyguards? You think they weren't trying to take his life because of what he was doing in the university system? You don't think they cut his brakes on his car? Because they did more than once. You don't think that they put a hit out on him? You don't think they put a hit out on Dr. Jeffries through the New York Post? Because they did. Y'all don't understand the war, and you don't understand what's important. You think those new shoes, those new sneakers, you think that new video or that rap or that new dance, or his hairstyle is cute, her ass is fat, or this, whatever it is. You think everything else is important. This was the real war. Excuse my profanity. I am trying to get to that other side where I'm acceptable and I speak acceptable. Okay? This was the real war. And these people fought that war. And they dragged their whole families into it. None of us were left out of it. None of us. We all had to attend meetings. We all had to protest. We all had to show up in court. These people were literally physically fighting in the courtrooms, took over courtrooms. I have the video footage, rioting in the courtroom. And at the same time that Arthur Schlesinger, at the same time that Michael Levin was suing City College because they were allowing his students to transfer out of his class into Dr. Jeffries' class or Dr. Clark's class or Dr. Jackson's class or Scobie's class or McIntyre's class or Small's class. He sued the university for that. And at the same time, the university was trying to fire Dr. Jeffries because of a speech he made in Albany, New York at the Empire State Fair, when he brought up Sheikh Diop's work and Tony Martin's work and the work of the Nation of Islam, the secret relationship between blacks and Jews, and Neil Gaber's book, An Empire of Their Own, How Jews Created Hollywood. because Dr. Jeffries brought those books up, they tried to fire him. And he sued the university at the same time Michael Levin was suing university. Dr. Jeffries, and they was beefing. And both of them were suing the university. Who was one of the main lawyers defending Dr. Leonard Jeffries? My cousin, who I used to live with out in the Hamptons, who I'm very proud of. Attorney Galloway, who I'm very, very proud of. She's a close cousin. And a former Black Panther. Yes, she is. A real Black Panther. Yes. So you had all of this history. All of this history sitting in front of your faces, and you think it's about a YouTube video. It never was about a YouTube video. And it's still not, and it won't ever be. Because the revolution will not be televised. It's in the books. Okay? So what does all this have to do with Christianity? Well, we're going to look. So this is what it was really all about. It was all about asserting the African identity in a hegemonic context. That's what it was all about. It was never about anything else. It was all about asserting the African identity in a hegemonic context. Are we still asserting our identity in a hegemonic context? Or have we, see, every time you get lazy, it's like a race, the race of the community is like a body. When the body is working out, the body is strong. It's powerful. It's fit because it's working out. But what happens to the body when it stops working out? It regresses. You start getting fat. You start not looking good, not feeling good. You get sick. Disease comes. Well, it's the same thing with a community. When a community starts flexing its cultural muscle, its cultural identity, it gets fat, soft, lazy, weak, and it regresses. That's what has happened to the Black community at large today, right now. You've gotten fat, sloppy, and weak. It's like a box. It's like Larry Holmes coming in to fight Mike Tyson. You saw what happened, right? Well, that's us as a race right now. Because we no longer exercise that identity in the context of hegemony, in a hegemonic context. Shaka, what do you mean by hegemonic context? What is hegemonic? What is hegemonic? I don't own a dictionary, Shaka. Explain it to me, Shaka. Hegemonic, ruling or dominant in a political or social context. Pronounced hegemonic. Greek, from the Greek, hegemonikos, capable of commanding. From hegemon, leader. Where are your leaders today? You think you have leadership? Who's your leadership? Where's your leadership? Where is your African leadership in America? You call yourself African Americans, and you should therefore have African leadership in America. I know Italian Americans have Italian leadership in America. I know Irish Americans have Irish leadership in America. I know that for a fact. And I definitely know that Jewish Americans have Jewish leadership in America. So my African Americans, where's your African leadership in America? Because if you think it's Ketanji, Judge Ketanji with her white husband, we'll have to talk about that later. If you think it's Kamala Harris with her white husband, we'll have to talk about that later. And if you think it's Clarence Thomas with his white wife, we'll have to talk about that later. Or if you think it's Obama with his white mother, we'll have to talk about that later. Because you guys aren't even getting the message that they're sending you. You're not even getting the message because you've gotten fat, sloppy, weak, and lazy culturally when it comes to cultural identity and racial identity. You've gotten fat, sloppy, and weak. You regressed, right? It's like the difference between Black people in the 60s and Black people in the late 70s. Two different animals, two different species. Okay? So that's what this was always about. It was always about asserting our African identity in a hegemonic context with respect to self-rule, self-leadership. right? Dominating in a political or social context. How you going to dominate and you ain't got your identity together? How you honestly expect to win and dominate and you don't have your identity together? The only thing that would happen is if you win, it's a win for the other side. They don't even know it. It ain't a win for us. It's a win for the other side. You ain't got your identity together. So who cares if you win? Who cares if you're nominated? I don't care. It's meaningless. It's symbolic. It's another symbolic victory for black people. They know how we think. Their symbolism. Just give them another symbol. Here, you want a black judge? You want a black president? He's not fully black. She's not married to a black. But hey, you want a black? It's sort of kind of black situation. But that's not what this is about. So I'll continue. We'll talk about that later. So Christianity, is Christianity the white man's religion? It's a multicultural religion. And what has to be understood is that this was about asserting our African identity in a hegemonic context, something that Christianity and the Bible could not do. You could not walk in there with a Bible and speak in Christianity and think that that was going to be asserting our African identity in a hegemonic context. How could it be if it's multicultural? That's what the Christians tell you. All of this black, all of these urban apologists, Jerome Gay Jr., Eric Mason, Vince Bantu, all of them, Alfredo Valentin, Adam Coleman, Pastor Bennett, even their white cohort, Vocab Malone. Christianity is multicultural. I said I have no argument with that. I'm not saying that it was not. I agree with you. What I'm saying is that, and what we know for a fact, is that Christianity and the Bible could not assert our African identity in a hegemonic context, not in an intellectual setting. This was an intellectual affair. I'll say it again. This was a war for the minds, an intellectual war, academic warfare. This was academic warfare. Pastor Mason, you were not there, little boy, because that's what you were at the time when this was going on, little boy. I keep telling you, I am significantly older than you are. I'm older than most of you that like to chime in on this subject. Yes, I'm significantly older than most of you. And I was there. And you think you can have a conversation with me about this and teach me something? Are you serious? And I'm supposed to take you seriously? You don't even take yourself serious enough. So it was about asserting our African identity in a hegemonic context. Understand that. Understand why that's important. Because I'm about to show you something. It was about asserting our African identity in a hegemonic context. But if you really want to sum it up, it was about our intellectual legacy. That was the reservoir that we reached back into to establish ourselves institutionally, to put white people on notice that we have nothing to prove to you intellectually. We've already done it. We've already done it. We did it before we were put on slave ships. But you don't want to talk about that part of our intellectual history. You want to sweep that under the rug and give us 12 Years a Slave, right? Antoine Fuqua or whatever one of these black directors, because you know they love giving us slave movies. These black producers are a white boy's wet dream, because all they do is keep telling you you were a slave. That's where your history started. You have no history before slavery. They're agents. These black producers are agents for white supremacist interest, because they're there to lull you to sleep and make you think that you began during the American colonial period. Prior to that, you have no identity, which is basically a form of identity theft. They're robbing you of this much of your identity to give you this much over and over. And then they don't even switch it up. They give you the same shit over and over and over and over and over again, ad nauseum. And when Mr. Jackson gave you Remember the Time, you saw what happened to him. Right? You're not supposed to remember the time. That'll make you a threat. Intellectual threat. Okay? This was about intellectual legacy. And many at the time coined it, particularly from Dr. Malefio Sante at Temple University, who was he had the only PhD program in Black Studies in the country at the time, which was also headed up along with him, Dr. Theophilo Bengo, who worked with Sheikh Anta Diop. These are the people who gave us the New Jack Scholars, people like Greg Kamati Carr, who you see on Roland Martin on his show, Dr. Greg Kamati Carr. You also seen Greg Kamati Carr on Wild and Out with Nick Cannon. They also gave us Dr. Mary Obidi at Howard University, and their wives, because their wives were PhDs that came out of that program. These are the people I grew up under. These are the people that were topics of conversation in my home when I was growing up. I didn't come to this through YouTube. And this is where Pastor Mason and Vince Bantu and all the rest of these young boys make errors with me. I'm not like the others. You need to understand that. What did Michael Jackson say? I'm not like other guys. I'm not like the others. I don't know, for all of you who remember Thriller, the music video, when he told Ola Ray, he said, I'm not like other guys. Right? I'm not like the others. I grew up with these people. Literally, in my household, me and their household, summer camps, meetings after meeting upon meeting, lectures upon lectures upon lectures. This stuff is in my blood. You understand? Okay, let me bring you along so you can really understand how this relates to Christianity. So, this was about intellectual legacy. Dr. Malefia Sante coined the term African-centeredness. No, forgive me. Dr. Malefia Sante at Temple University, he coined the term Afrocentric. He did that in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s. He coined the term Afrocentric. Dr. John Henry Clark had a problem with that term. He had a problem with it. He said, and I remember because I was there, he said, it's either African or it's nothing. Not Afro, Afri, no, it's African or it's nothing. And that is why I use the term African-centeredness, not Afrocentricity or whatever it was that other person wanted me to use. I told you there was some history behind this. So you got too many black people that don't know history, whether it's local history or extent history. They just don't know. They all stuck on not know. I'm just making sure that you guys can still see me. Right? So this is what you don't understand, right? So this was about our intellectual legacy. And in order to put our intellectual legacy on the table, We could not start with Christianity or the Bible. Why would we do that when we have an intellectual legacy that goes back 4,000 years before Adam and Eve, 4,000 years before the Bible, 4,000 years before we have an intellectual legacy that predates anything about the Bible, including the Bible itself. So why would we put on the table a facsimile, a very late facsimile thereof that is not even as good as the original? Why would we do that? And the only way you could know it's not as good as the original is you would have to first be well versed in the original. And Pastor Mason is not. He loves to speak on comedic, this, that, and the third, doesn't know anything about it. And literally sounds, you ever hear somebody and you could tell by the metal of their voice if they're intelligent or not? When I listen to that man speak, he had to come through special education. No offense to special education people. But I can pick up on the hallmarks of it. Hell, I might be special education. I don't know. But he definitely is. Right? So let me explain to you why we chose Egypt and why Egypt is what was given to us. Because you have to understand, this was how the Kemetic community came to prominence in the Black community. It was through this war. It was through this war. How could two white men write books talking about, and more than just two, many of them were writing books, but particularly Michael Levin and Charles Murray Michael Levin with Race Matters, or Why Race Matters, and Charles Murray with The Bell Curve. Both of them writing books about why Black people are genetically inferior intellectually, and teaching this to Black students. A whole institution full of Black students. A lot of Black students go to City to this day. How can you teach that Black people are intellectually inferior than white people when Black people literally created math? When white people had to study at the feet of Black people, literally had to study at their feet. Their greatest white minds were only great because they studied at the feet of Africans in the Nile Valley. How do you skip over that intellectual legacy and run to a mythological book like the Bible to profess our intellectual legacy or our intellectual prowess or our African-centeredness? How do you do that? You definitely cannot use it for our African-centeredness if the Bible is multicultural. Multicultural does not, see, multicultural and African-centeredness are not the same thing. You understand? They are not, one is exclusive, the other one is inclusive. Let me explain to you the concept of inclusive, or what I call inclusive delirium. Inclusive delirium. Inclusive delirium is, imagine if I came to your home and I brought 1,000 people and I brought them all into your living room. How would you feel? Would you feel like you could manage your household with 1,000 people in your living room? Or would you feel like you've lost control? Because that's not manageable. That is the value of exclusiveness, something that Black people have lost. They've been so busy on the track trying to be included that they never understood the value of exclusiveness. They want to be a part of everybody else's thing instead of creating their own thing and being exclusive with it. You don't have to create your own thing. You already have your own thing. All you had to do was rediscover it. And that was the role that these scholars played. They reintroduced us, and for many, for the first time, introduced us to our history. Not only to our history, but to their history. Which means we had a one-up because they don't know our history. We know our history and their history. And we could not use the Bible to do that. The Bible was insufficient. All right? The Bible was insufficient. We could not walk into these classrooms and say, hey, We're Christian, but we are your Christian brothers. First of all, most of these people that teach in these white universities are not Christians. They're Jews. So you're going to tell these Jews that you are their Christian brother? They don't even recognize your God. Black people, there's something wrong, you know. I think slavery really damaged us. Okay? So you have to understand the Bible is multicultural. It was a multicultural project. And that alone was why it could not be used in our struggle we didn't want equality. That's not what this was about. This was not about getting equal treatment in the universities. This was about asserting our African identity in a hegemonic context by highlighting our intellect, not only highlighting our intellectual legacy, but institutionalizing it so that Black people would not have to pay tuition that they're going to be in debt for the rest of their life just to go to school to be told they have a lower IQ than everybody else, when in fact it was their race that taught all of the other races how to read, write, and count, and do science, and to philosophize, and how to worship God, or how to even think in terms of theology. We gave that to the world. Our race gave that to the world. Now let me show you why Egypt was the example par excellence for our intellectual legacy and not the Bible. This is Dr. James P. Allen. He's a graduate of the University of Chicago. He's the Charles Edwin Wilbur Professor of Egyptology at Brown University. And he's a graduate of St. Meinrad Seminary and School of Theology, which means he's a bona fide Christian. Yes, graduated from Meinrad Seminary and the School of Theology. Teaches at Brown University and got his PhD from Chicago University. This is about as educated as it comes, people. This is the book that he wrote, or that he compiled, edited, called Middle Egyptian. It's if you want to learn to speak ancient Egypt, or ancient Egyptian, if you want to learn to read and write ancient Egyptian. All right? An introduction to the language and culture of hieroglyphs. That's the title of the book. He's also, if you read right here, for many years, he was the curator of Egyptian art at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. Do you know how close I live to that museum? I could get off this mic right now, walk to the museum, and get back on before all of you get back from a bathroom break. That's how close I live to that museum and to that Egyptian exhibit. Do you know how close I live to City College, where all of this stuff was unfolding? I could go to City College and come back before you all get out of the bathroom. I live literally in the middle of all of this. Both of these institutions, City College, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, they're literally right outside my door. I live right next to Central Park. Okay. Let's see what the esteemed Dr. Allen had to say about ancient Egypt. Because when you listen to these pastors talk about ancient Egypt and Kemet, they're so disrespectful. Oh my God. It is, the disrespect is just, I mean, I understand it's apologetics. I get it, right? I understand it's apologetics. And so there's animosity and hostility that comes with all of this. I get it. I get it. It's really that simple. I get it. But they don't even try to be truthful. And when you hear the things that they say about ancient Egypt, it's one of two things. They're either they just don't study, or they're just really, I don't like to use words like stupid. They're just really not well learned. And I think I'm embarrassed for them, because anytime, I don't care what your religion is, I don't care whether we agree on or what we disagree on, I still like to think of you as a sentient, intelligent being who maximizes their thinking faculties to the greatest extent. But when I listen to them speak about things, and it just blows my mind, I'm like, if you want to, we have an old saying, I ain't got to teach you to beat you, right? I don't have to talk bad about Christianity in order to prove my point that, it's a derivative of ancient Egyptian religion, so on and so on. I don't have to talk bad about it. And my thing is, I don't see why they take that as an insult. That's another question. Why would you take that as an insult? Because we know, and it's established, that Christianity is a derivative of ancient Egyptian religion. What's the insult? I mean, I just take and be like, yeah, that's true. Now let's, and just move on. That's all. But I don't know. Let's continue. Because we want to see what Dr. Allen said about ancient Egypt. Because we want to see if these pastors are right. They want to tell you ancient Egyptians were cannibalism. They were into cannibalism. They were into bestiality. They want to tell you, I can't even, the things that they especially that Alfredo Valentin, this clown, this guy literally runs from group to group. And the worst part is, when you debate them, they literally go to like scholars who write about ancient Egypt that no respectful scholar would read. Like, no one would read these people. Their work is dated. And what makes your work dated is not that it's old. It's just that your particular work happens to include a lot of speculation. And a lot of it is speculation passed off as facts. Right? And that's why when you read a real Egyptologist like Dr. Peter Allen here from Chicago University via Brown University via Meinrad Seminary and Theological School, when you get a real Egyptologist like Dr. James P. Allen, you're not going to get that narrative, all of that silliness, that kindergarten stupidness that these pastors use when they try to break down ancient Egypt for their congregation. And the sad part is, their congregation, rather than being taught, they're miseducated. And remember that word, because I'm going to show you something. They're miseducated and they're misled, which I think, and I say they're either being deceitful or they're just stupid. And I'm thinking it's the latter. So it just is what it is. So let's look at what the good professor had to say about ancient Egypt. And we're going to show you why Egypt was chosen as the prime representative for our intellectual legacy. Okay? From a cultural perspective. Watch. Pay attention. This is from the book, Middle Egyptian by James P. Allen. It's a linguistics book. It's to teach you how to read and write hieroglyphs, and so you can learn the language. This is Essay 4, The Gods, page 46. Middle Egyptian, An Introduction to the Language and Culture of Hieroglyphs. Edition 2, James P. Allen. Now, this is Cambridge University Press. This is not Marvel Comics. This is not DC Comics. This is Cambridge University Press. You ever heard of Cambridge University? That's where the real smart people go. You ever heard of Cambridge? Pastor Mason, did you go to Cambridge, Pastor Mason? Did Vince Bantu attend Cambridge? Or did he go to some Catholic university where he got his degree? He didn't go to Cambridge? No? Did which one of these others? Did Pastor Bennett go to Cambridge? All these Vince Bantu, Eric Mason, Jerome Gray Jr., did he go to Cambridge? Did he? Or did he have anything published by Cambridge, by a major university press? I'm just curious. Who published Urban Apologetics? Matter of fact, let me look. Let me see if this is published by Cambridge University Press. Hold on a second. We're gonna look at his book and see if it's published. Maybe it might be published by Oxford University Press. Who knows? Let's see. Who published this? Because I always like to know things like that. It's very important. Tell you something about the quality of work you're getting. Because I don't read these pages are nice though. You say what you want. Hold up. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's self-published. Okay, yeah, published in association with the literary agency of Wilgemuth and Associates Inc. Okay, yeah. Well. All right, yeah, no university published this. I wonder why. Okay, no university published it. Okay, oh, I had anything to do with it. Okay, now, and here's the difference between Pastor Mason and I, because he did a critique of my book on his channel a long time ago. I saw it. He was dishonest. He literally lied out his mouth about my book. I told the truth about your book. I haven't been told any lies about your book. I have no need to lie. I said that I read what Vince Bantu had to say. I responded to it. I'm still continue to respond to it. And I said I didn't read the rest, so I wouldn't judge it. I think that would be unfair. Right? I don't try to be unfair to people. Right? So let's look at why ancient Egypt was the historical and cultural platform that was essential to us establishing that African identity and the intellectual legacy that was attended with it. Okay? Let's do that. Okay? So you can have an understanding, Pastor Mason, what this whole thing was about. Because you think it's about ancient Egypt versus Christianity. It's not, because Christianity ain't that big. It never was, and it's not. It's not that big. When you talk about as far as scope of contribution, not even in theological terms, Christianity ain't that big. You make too big of a deal of the wrong things, but that's what happens when you don't have enough information on your plate. You make a big deal about the wrong things. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at why ancient Egypt was chosen for this particular task. Okay, can I do that? Oh no, see, that makes it small. I wish it stayed. So I'm going to read it. I want y'all to read it with me. Okay, while you at home, read this with me. Egyptian myths. Now, I want to say this. Hold on. Yeah, before I even read it, let me say this. What I'm about to read to you is something you can never say about the Bible. Okay? I'm giving it to you from the mouth of an expert. Okay? He's an expert. James P. Allen is no small Egyptologist. He's a big deal in the world of academia. Okay? What he says about ancient Egyptian religion and culture, you can never say about Christianity and the Bible. You can't. That's important. So let's look. Let's see what the doctor said. Egyptian myths are the counterpart of our scientific textbooks. Right off the bat, you can't say that about Christianity. Christianity is not the counterpart to a scientific textbook. Okay? In fact, it runs antithesis to science. Okay? Egyptian myths are the counterpart to our scientific textbooks. So we're talking about intellectual legacy here and African centeredness, not some diluted, watered down, multiculturalistic religion. That's not what this is about. This is about intellectual legacy. Egyptian myths are the counterpart of our scientific textbooks. This is on page 46. Both explain what the world is like and why it behaves the way it does. Egyptian hymns, prayers, and offering rituals had the same purpose as our genetic engineering and nuclear power plants. You think, hold on a second, you think you could talk about the Bible like that? What are you, stupid? You got to be a special kind of stupid. You can't talk about the Bible like that. You can't talk about Christianity like that. What the hell does Christianity have to do with nuclear power plants? What does Christianity have to do with genetic engineering? But that's what he just said. That's not Shakka-Ahmose. Don't say Shakka-Ahmose said. That's not Shakka-Ahmose. This is what I mean about you, the Bible thumpers amongst us. You speak about things that you don't know anything about. He didn't say Egyptian religion had something to do with cannibalism, or you the ones talking about eat his flesh and drink his blood. I mean, that sounds like cannibalism to me. But even if it's ritualistic cannibalism, it's still cannibalism, right? So let's get back to what he says. He's talking about nuclear power plants and genetic engineering. You can't. So let me read this again. Egyptian hymns, prayers, and offering rituals had the same purpose as our genetic engineering and nuclear power plants. Both are attempts to mediate the effects of natural forces and to turn them to human advantage. Middle Egyptian, page 46, Dr. James P. Allen, PhD. Let's move on. Now, some people will call this a logical fallacy or appealing to authority, and that's fine. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Doesn't make it any less authoritative. He also says on page 147, Egyptian creation accounts do not seem to have envisaged the possibility of something being created from nothing. Instead, they describe how everything in the world, all its elements and forces, came from a single source, much like the primordial singularity in the Big Bang theory of modern physics. Ain't nobody talking about the Bible reflecting anything in modern physics. What are you, on drugs? You have to be on drugs. Ain't nobody talking about the Bible like that. And this is a man with a PhD who teaches at a Ivy League university, Brown University. Last time I checked, is an Ivy League university. And the man is telling you, but no, Pastor Mason knows more about Kemet than James P. Allen. Vince Bantu knows more about Kemet than Dr. James P. Allen. And we know that that's a bunch of crock. They don't. But the man who does actually know more about the subject matter is telling you that these things were highly intellectual. He said Egyptian myths were the counterpart to our scientific textbooks. They were intellectual in nature. Y'all caught up in all these other stupid stories about ancient Egypt. No, this was see, one of the reasons why a lot of these Christian pastors freak out when it comes to ancient Kemet, I'm going to be straight, they're stupid. And I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm just telling you the truth. They're stupid. Why am I saying that? Because the stuff of ancient Egypt was very high intellectual stuff. All of it was very, very high intellectual stuff. And so when they look at the myths, they don't understand them. They don't even understand what it's about. They literally have no clue of what it's all about. So they're looking from the outside in, and they're thinking, oh, this means that. Oh, that sounds weird. What? Oh, she raised his. You had to see Eric Mason, the pastor, when he was explaining the Osiris-Isis myth to his audience in the church. He was laughing and giggling when they got to the part about the phallus of Osiris being erected to impregnate Aset, Isis. They were laughing, cracking jokes, and making jokes about it, like little children embarrassed to talk about sex, right? As Dr. Clark used to always remind us, African people did not have sexual hangups the way Europeans do, or did, or do. All right. Unfortunately, for many of us who are not in our right minds, we have taken on many of the sexual indiscretions of Europeans. But hey, multiculturalism at its best. That's what you love, multiculturalism. Right? So let's continue. So he's talking about scientific textbooks, genetic engineering, nuclear power plants, and relating all of this to the beliefs and mythology of ancient Egypt. Okay? Right. So the original source of all things, let's read that again. Egyptian creation accounts do not seem to have envisaged the possibility of something being created from nothing. Instead, they describe how everything in the world, all its elements and forces, came from a single source, much like the primordial singularity in the Big Bang theory of modern physics. The original source of all things we know as the god Atum. Now, you can't say that in Christianity because they don't believe all things came from a single source. They don't. They believe that all things came from, what did they say? Let us make man. So there's a few people there. Us is plural. Us is not singular. Isn't that what it says in Genesis? Let us make man. Oh, he was talking to Jesus. He was talking to the Holy Spirit. Three distinct things. And you know, all Christians are not diophysitic. All Christians are not diophysitic. Arius was a Christian. Just because he lost at the ecumenical council doesn't mean he wasn't a Christian, because all Christians don't believe the same thing. You don't believe, all of you have very different theological understandings of the relationship between Christ and God. Oh, is he equal? Is he co-eternal, consubstantial, co-eternal with the Father? Oh, he's not co-eternal with the Father. He was not there at the beginning. Hypostasis. What is the hypostasis? You know, they were trying to figure out things they didn't understand. Why? Because they didn't create it. That's why it took them 900 years to figure out what they want to do and still don't understand it. 921 years of arguing about the relationship to Jesus to God. How do we define it? You know why it took them 1,000 years to figure it out, Pastor Mason? Because they didn't create it. But I digress. Singular source. Okay. Let me introduce you to another scholar. Because a lot of y'all nobody ever really takes the time to really introduce y'all to scholars. Everybody wants to act like they know it all. They have the answer. They are the best scholar. I don't do that. I don't think I'm the best scholar. So I take advantage of other people's education. If I don't got $1 million to attend Oxford, that doesn't mean that I can't study the work of somebody who did. It's a real simple formula that works for me. And what I try to do is I try to turn other Black people on to scholars. That's it. I don't care if the scholar's black, white, blue, green. All I care about is their scholarship. Does it cut the mustard? Can I see what you're saying reflected in the primary text, in the primary sources? If I can do that, then you're good. I'll rock with you. Because what you're saying over here is being borne witness to by the primary evidence. Because at the end of the day, it's the primary evidence that has the last word. So let me introduce you to another scholar, people. Because if I don't, ain't nobody going to introduce you to nobody. Everybody wants to grandstand, right? This is one of my favorite scholars. I know Theophile Obenga doesn't like him too much, but I respect that, because Theophile Obenga is, that's the godfather, right? That's the reigning godfather right now. This is Dr. Jan Assman, PDDR. Now, most of y'all don't know what that means, PDDR. All right? It means philosophy doctor and doctor of habilitation. Okay? What does that mean? Because y'all don't know what a habilitation is. Okay? Let me tell you what a habilitation is. The PhD is here. Habilitation is here. He's above a PhD. A PhD in German scholarship is not good enough. You have to do your postdoctoral, and then you have to get your habitation. Once you get your habitation, right? Yes, a doctor of habilitation. Look it up. He has his habilitation. Type in habilitation degree. All you got to do is type in habilitation degree, go to Wikipedia, and it will explain it to you and break it down for you what an habilitation is. Okay? And when you get your habilitation, your credentials are PDDR. That means you have the PhD and the habilitation. So Jan Assman is above the PhD. Do you follow? He's above the PhD. Okay, that's what I always tell people. You got to get with that German scholarship. I told you when we started off with what? 45 people. Now we got 120 people in here. I told you they would come. Many more coming. Okay. Just went up to 122. So he is, I've already told you what his credentials are. Let's move on. He wrote a book called The Search for God in Ancient Egypt. It's a good book. I highly recommend it. He got his PhD and his habilitation from Heidelberg University in Germany. He's a professor emeritus of Egyptology at the University of Heidelberg, and he's honorary professor of cultural and religious studies at Constance. And he has honorary degrees from Munster, Yale, and Hebrew University, Jerusalem. This guy, when it comes to credentials, is spotless, seamless, and spotless. This is the kind of scholarship I like. Okay? I like to read people who have made scholarship their entire life. They eat, sleep, and breathe scholarship. Those are the kind of people I like to study under. Okay? Now, let's see what he had to say about ancient Egypt and see if it sounds anything reminiscent to what James P. Allen said. James P. Allen mentioned genetic engineering, nuclear power. He mentioned nuclear power, and he mentioned, I forgot what else he mentioned, but we'll go back and look at it. Right? So let's do that. Let's take a quick look and see. Okay? Yeah. Right here. He said, Egyptian hymns, prayers, and offering rituals had the same purpose as our genetic engineering and nuclear power plants. Right? And then he spoke about the Big Bang Theory, right? About how their ideas are very much like the Big Bang Theory, their philosophy, the Egyptian philosophy, right? So let's see what Dr. Assman had to say in The Search for God in Ancient Egypt. Let's read it together. Come on, people. Let's talk about Black intellectual legacy, because that's what this is about. The architectural technique, this is on page 31 and 32. The architectural technique of insulating the Holy of Holies. This is a part of the temple. The architectural technique of insulating the Holy of Holies is connected with the notion of screening off the profane, the evil, and the impure were unable to penetrate the 5 layers of protection surrounding the sanctuary. In this way, the interior and the exterior were separated by a distinct boundary. Why is this important? This is important because he is telling you how Africans constructed their spiritual and religious edifices. I will say it again. This German scholar is communicating to you, documenting for you how Africans in the Nile Valley constructed and established their religious and spiritual edifices. And there's something about these temples that he wants to highlight for you. Now pay attention. So you can't say I didn't tell you and that you don't know. Okay? Or you can go read the Bible, enjoy your fairy tales. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Here we go. So let's read what he says. This principle of extraordinary differentiation between interior and exterior is reminiscent of a what? Nuclear reactor, though with the directions reversed. You can't say that about no church. It wasn't no Christians building no churches that had something reminiscent of a nuclear reactor. We're talking about intellectual legacy here. We're talking about science built into the edifices, the architectural edifices. You don't get it. If you don't get it, it's because you don't want to get it. There's a difference. Or you are incapable of getting it. One of those two reasons. You either don't want to get it or you're incapable of getting it. Okay? Let's continue. See, let me explain something to you about your intellect. Your intellect is not judged on whether or not you get to live in the afterlife with Jesus. Don't nobody in any university, no child going to a university, no student going to university is going to be given any exam or any test that his relationship with Jesus is going to make one difference or another. Nobody gives a damn, and they're not supposed to. Who cares? Who cares? It's irrelevant. That's between you and God. If that's what you want to do, do that. I don't run around telling people don't be Christian. That's none of my business. If you want to be a Christian, be a Christian. You want to believe Jesus is God? Believe Jesus is God. That's not what I'm not coming from that. I'm not coming. That's not what this is about. This is about intellectual legacy. You told us, they said that black people have low IQs. Well, how you got some low IQ people who are building religious and spiritual edifices that are reminiscent of nuclear reactors prior to any contact with white people? When white people was living in huts, had spears, and was living in trees and forests in Germany. That's a fact. They didn't even live in houses yet. That's a fact. Or as Dr. Clark would say, didn't live in a house with a window or have a shoe. Yet these black Africans in the Nile Valley, in the upper Nile, that's important, the upper Nile, were establishing religious and spiritual edifices and espousing philosophies and theologies and cosmogonies and cosmologies that were reminiscent of and imbued with the principles of science. Intellectual legacy, low IQ, inferior. Oh, you just don't know. That's all. The worst thing in the world is when an ignorant person projects their own ignorance on everybody else. Don't do that. I always say you can't teach what you don't know. I don't care who you are. Now we're up to 1:30. You can't teach what you don't know. It really is that simple. And we can be truthful about it. Most of you don't know shit because you watch all the wrong shit and you listen to all of the wrong people. All these people running around YouTube, or they're teaching, they ain't teaching you shit because they don't know shit. They think they know stuff. But I mean, get what you can because I can't be on here all the time. But I'm going to be on a lot more often now. So I have to be. In any event, Let's continue. Yeah. See, the Bible could not suffice for what we needed. We just walk into these college classrooms. Athanasius said, Athanasius said, God the Father, the Holy Spirit, one. Because Athanasius said. Athanasius didn't know why it was one. He just said it was one. Right? Arius said he's created. These people were arguing over Neoplatonism, Platoism. Of course they were. Yes. They were. Absolutely. 100% they were. These early church fathers. In fact, Athanasius was a Hellenistic spiritualist. That's the main reason why he said what he said. The black dwarf. Intellectual dwarfs. That's what you are. Okay. So the community who I'm addressing, they know who I'm talking to. And they know who I'm talking about. Okay? So let's continue to see what the good doctor said. Because see, I like to learn. As much as I like to learn, I love to teach. But you got to do one first before the other. Okay? Let me read that again, just so you get it and you can't say I didn't say it. The architectural technique of insulating the Holy of Holies is connected with the notion of screening off. The profane, the evil, and the impure were unable to penetrate the 5 layers of protection surrounding the sanctuary. In this way, the interior and the exterior were separated by a distinct boundary. This principle of extraordinary differentiation between interior and exterior is reminiscent of a nuclear reactor, though with the directions reversed. In the latter case, it is the exterior that is to be protected from the devastating energy collected deep inside. Whereas in the case of the temple, it is the cult statues within that must be screened off from the contamination, quote unquote, from the outside world. But we shall also see how concepts of radiation and charge were connected with cult statues in these later periods, so that the protective layers also had the function of surrounding and retaining the radiant power of the image inhabited by the deity. Now, I'm gonna tell you, what I tell all these Christians. Do not talk to me about Egyptians and statues until you throw out every last statue of Jesus all over this planet. Every last statue of Jesus on the cross got to go before you open your mouth and say one damn thing about an Egyptian statue. Before you open your mouth and say one thing about an Egyptian statue, you better throw away every statue of Jesus on this planet, you hypocrites. I don't want to come in your church to see one statue. I don't want to see a statue of a cross, and I don't want to see a statue of Jesus, whether he's on the cross or off it. Because you love to talk all of this stuff about Egypt and statues. They worship statues, blah, 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 blah. You are the biggest hypocrites on planet Earth. Christians. You're the biggest hypocrites on planet Earth. Oh, and I want every statue moved from around your neck. Every crucifix, that's a statue. Every Jesus hanging on the cross moved from around your neck. I don't care if you're Baptist. I don't care if you're Anglican. I don't care if you're Catholic. I don't care if you're Jehovah's Witness. I don't care what you are. But until every last statue is gone, you ain't got a damn thing to say about ancient Egypt. Nothing. Zero. Worshiping that statue and the deity that resides in it. Where do you think you got the practice from? Where do you think you took the practice from doing that? Oh, Egypt has nothing to do with Christianity, but everything you do is Egyptian. You worship the statue. You worship it. See, let me explain something to you about cults. Cult members are the last people to know that they're in a cult. You understand? I'll say it again. Cult members are the last members to know or recognize or admit that they are in a cult. Christianity is a cult. Christianity is a cult. Judaism is a cult. Islam is a cult. They're all cults. I'm going to prove it to you. You know me, I'm in the proving business. Dr. Clark called them woman-hating murder cults. Hey. Let's continue. So when you're talking about this kind of intellectual sophistication in African history, I'm sorry, the Bible was not going to cut it. That's what this is about. Intellectual legacy. Nuclear power plants, genetic engineering, the Big Bang. You have white scholars telling you this. That's not Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben and this, that, and the third. And another thing that these Christian pastors, I mean, they're idiots. You have to tell the truth. They're idiots. They like to talk about the 19th century, 18th and 19th century Europeans who were learning about ancient Egypt for the first time. And they honestly believe that that is where the black community gets their ideas from. That is how pathetic these pastors are, particularly Eric Mason. And every other video, he loves to say, they're getting, and him and Jerome Gay Jr., they all say, they're getting this stuff from Zeitgeist. They're getting this stuff from 18th and 19th century scholars like Helena Blavatsky and Gerald Massey and Alvin Boyd Kuhn. You didn't hear any scholar that I referenced mention any of those people? Dr. Clark told us to read them. He didn't say believe everything in it. He just said read them and see what they have to say. Some of the things they said were right. A lot of what they said was wrong. So what? For a long time, E.A. Wallace Budge was the curator and the director for the British Museum Assyrian and Egyptology Department. He brought more artifacts to that museum than anybody else. But his work is outdated. He was a legitimate Egyptologist, but his work is outdated. So just because somebody's work is outdated, you know, yeah, Egyptologists today don't take Gerald Massey serious, but that doesn't mean they didn't take him serious back then. And if they didn't take him serious back then, it might have been for reasons other than the fact that he wasn't scholarly, because he was actually a rather intelligent man. He was simply taking another approach, which rendered his work, when it comes to facts and data, relatively useless. But some things he got, some fundamental ideas, Gerald Massey got correct. Helena Blavatsky, she has nothing to do with this. And in fact, Gerald Massey said so. Gerald Massey said in his letter that he wrote, which I'll put on the screen, that he wasn't into all this Egypt mania stuff and that people like Helena Blavatsky and all of these other people, they're crazy. He said so. The man said so in his own writings. But we're not quoting Gerald Massey. Nobody's quoting Alvin Boyd Kuhn. We're not quoting, who's quoting these people? Blavatsky and Zeitgeist. Who's quoting these people? If somebody is quoting that, you're going to judge the whole Kemetic community because of what one ignorant person is doing, or two or three or four or five. There's a reason why Eric Mason avoids me. Let me tell you about these pastors. They avoid me like the plague. They send their little young minions after me, like Adam Coleman, who then ran from me, didn't want to debate the Horus Jesus topic, right? And now they're sending this little Malone because they think he's someone that can handle me, which is a joke, right? Damon Richardson ain't trying to see me at all, and I already know that. But I welcome him any day of the week, right? I have no problem with any of you. I will take all of you at the same time, literally, on a stage. Pick your stage. The opportunity to embarrass Shakka-Ahmose in front of social media, you would give that up? You got to be crazy. Now I know we all see which scholars you choose to debate, right? So that's smart. See, they send you a little young minions after me to see what I know or what I don't know, to see how I debate, how I don't debate. That's what they do. But I don't give them that luxury. No. Eric Mason, you want to debate me? Debate me. Debate me. See me. We could do it on social media. We could sit down and go hard. We can go hard. I have no problem with it. Vince Bantu, we can go hard. I'm not Salim Faraji. He has to play nice. I'm not Dr. Salim Faraji. Give that man his respect. Because the disrespect that I saw you pastors sending in his direction on Eric Mason's page, I thought that was unbelievable and it blew my mind. He's a real scholar. The only one of you, he's the only one that had the PhD other than Vince Bantu. And Vince Bantu's PhD is worthless because his scholarship is worthless. I'm just telling the truth, telling the facts as it is. Okay? So let's continue. We should be almost, I'm sure it was somewhere. Let me see. All right, let's see. So that's what this is about. Asserting African identity in a hegemonic context, intellectual legacy, African centeredness. Okay? So now, I don't have a problem with including the Bible or let me just say this. If we're going to include the Bible and Christianity among those intellectual legacies that are ours, then we have to be truthful about the relationship of those things, the Bible and Christianity, to our wider African past. Period. You can't just come with this Bible and this Christian story and act like it fell out the sky, because it didn't. Only if you live in an imaginary world did Christianity and the Bible just fall out of the sky. Or it was inspired by God. Some guys were sitting over in the bar and God came through and they decided to write on. Bullshit. Bullshit. We have all of the documentation of where that stuff came from. What I don't understand is why you have a problem admitting it. It doesn't really change well, it does, but it doesn't change much of your story or narrative. There are some things that will totally change your story and narrative, but that's another subject. We talk about that later. Right? If you want us to include the Bible and Christianity amongst our intellectual legacy as African people and Black people, okay, no problem. But we're going to have to be truthful about the relationship of both of those things, Christianity and the Bible. We're going to have to be truthful about their relationship to our wider African past and history. Why? Because we have a wider African past and history. For you to tell Black people to start their history with some fictitious biblical ancestors that never existed, that's an insult. You might as well start their history with slavery in America. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I'm sure Eric Mason can't wait for his next slave movie to come out. You know, Christians, that's where their history for Black people start, with slavery. Oh, our history started with slavery on the plantation. No, we have a wider African past. We weren't just sitting around on planet Earth all them thousands of years waiting for Jesus to come. What's wrong with you? Waiting for Adam to be invented and Eve to be invented, Noah to be invented, Ham, Shem, and Japheth to be invented, Abraham to be invented. We didn't sit around and waiting for all of that stuff to be invented. We were inventing, creating. That's what children of creator do, create. And that's what we did. And those creations bear testament and testimony to our intellectual legacy. Jesus said, look, Jesus ain't built no pyramid because he couldn't. That's why he didn't. Because he couldn't. Okay? I say it again. Jesus didn't build no pyramid. They were here before he got here. They were here when he was never here. But within the narrative, them pyramids were there when Jesus was here. And they here long after he gone. Jesus didn't build a pyramid because he couldn't. Moses didn't build a pyramid because he couldn't. Abraham didn't build a pyramid because he couldn't. And they had ziggurat pyramids from where Abraham came from in Mesopotamia. But he ain't even had nothing to do with that. That's how useless and worthless these biblical ancestors are. What the hell did they do? Nothing. Where's their intellectual legacy? All they did was steal everybody else's work and put it in a book, and you call it the Bible. That's all they did. They stole everybody else's work and put it in one book and call it a Bible. That's your intellectual legacy? That's the intellectual legacy you want us as black people to stand on? Really? That's not going to cut the mustard. It's not. That's not going to cut the mustard. Pastor Eric Mason. You could talk about me till the sun come up, to the top, to the moon come out. It don't matter. Now, let me be straight as for the record. And I always have to clarify these things. As a man, I respect and I admire Eric Mason. He takes care of his family. You can see he's a wonderful father, and you can see he's a wonderful husband, and I admire that. All the things that I'm not. I'm a mess. I admire that. In fact, I envy that when I see that. He's a wholesome person, and you can see and you can tell. He's a good man. Like I always teach my son, being good don't make you smart. A lot of good people get screwed over by intelligent, bad people. You understand? So ethically and morally, I think he's almost there. But as long as you're lying about ancient Egypt, and as long as you're lying about the true nature of the Bible, its origins, and where it actually came from, how is that morally sound? How does that square with you ethically and morally? Because you're lying. And you can't blame it on ignorance, because ignorance is no excuse before the law. We all know that. You still have to pay the penalty and the price. Possession is 9/10, and ignorance before the law is no excuse. That's what we was all raised on. Every black parent took their child out going in the street. Remember, son, possession is 9/10 of the law, and his ignorance is no excuse before the law. Right? They all told us that. What's the first thing a black person say when they get arrested? I know my rights. You don't know shit. Ignorance, because they end up going to jail anyway. Why? Because ignorance is no excuse before the law. Period. I know my right. You're going to call on Jesus to get you out of them handcuffs. That's what you're going to do. Pastor Mason, you knew this day was coming. You know I wasn't going to wait. I waited long enough. I thought eventually you guys would get the courage to really call me out. But you haven't, and you're not. You're just going to go on TikTok and spread your little misinformation. That's fine. Do that. I'll be right here dispelling it. You miseducate them, send them to me, and I'll educate them. Okay? There you go. Is Christianity the white man's religion? No, it's a multicultural religion. And that's the problem. It's multicultural. Let me explain to you what I did not explain to you before. Hold on a second. The thing you need to know about multiculturalism, and I didn't explain this, and I did not put this in the video because I wanted to explain it in person like this. Multiculturalism, okay, in the 1980s and the 1990s, a lot of this black scholarship was coming to the forefront. A lot of real scholarship about black history was coming to the forefront for the first time. in modern history. And it was coalesced in a worldview that was labeled as African-centeredness or Afrocentric. And the thrust from this woman right here at the head, Dr. Adelaide Sanford, or as the support, the main support, supporting all of these scholars, the goal was to get an African-centered curriculum passed in the public schools, because the majority of the schools that are public in New York are filled with people of color, primarily Black people. And so the goal was, if our kids have to be in these schools, let's get a curriculum passed that is Afrocentric or African-centered, meaning students would have to learn that life began in Africa, that mankind had 6 sequences. The first 3 sequences did not leave Africa because they did not have the ability, need to, or purpose to. The last 3 sequences left Africa at the Homo erectus stage through the Isthmus of Suez. Okay? Went into Asia, so forth and so on. Okay? Populated the rest of the world. And then at different periods, worm 1, worm 2, racial differentiation takes place. The CO2 gene turns off the CL2 gene turns off inside of certain Black people. You start to get lighter skin pigment and so on and so on. So, which means that Black people would be able to claim, if not superiority, they could certainly claim anteriority, meaning we came first. We're number one. We're number one. Yes, we came first. We're number one. Okay? So, and we would be able to teach that to our children in a school setting. And the textbooks, which is owned by McGraw-Hill, racist institution, would have to reflect that. And what you don't understand, there was a lot of money involved with this. Textbooks are big money. Big, big, big money. Look it up. And McGraw-Hill to this day, let me show you something. I think I showed you this before, but I'm going to show you again. 1 second, because this is relevant. Okay, we here. Here we go. So, let me show you this. This is McGraw-Hill. This is a textbook. Okay? Middle school textbook in a Black school, public school. And they put it in your, yeah, they got Nefertiti on the front. Huh? They got Nefertiti on the front. Let me show you something. I don't know if they have it in here. But in one of their other books, I'm just trying to find something. I thought it was in here, because I remember showing it to someone else. I guess not. But if you look at their other books, the other one that's like this, is that it right there in the middle? You can't see it. So the other one has King Tut in the middle. So they put the ancient Egyptians on the cover of the book. But when you go inside and you read the book, they lie. They lie. That's what they do for a living. And you wonder why your children are stupid and why your children don't know anything. Because you don't give a damn about what they put in the textbooks. You don't even grab your child's textbook and look in it and say, let me see what they're teaching you. And then contact the school board and ask, why do you have incorrect information in the textbook? Because you don't care if your kid is stupid. You really don't. You want your child to have status, drive a nice car, live in a nice house, but what they know or don't know, you don't care. Come on, tell the truth. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm not lying. Okay? So, So let me explain this to you. This is what I came here for. Long story short, these people, these group of people that you see here, these scholars, they were very successful at bringing the African-centered curriculum to the forefront. But they had to push it through. The white people got slick. The Latino people said, well, hey, what about our history? Right? And so the Latino people, and this is why you always got to be careful saying blacks and Latinos, because everybody ain't your friend and everybody ain't down with you. Latinos do not define themselves as black or white. They define themselves as what? Multicultural. And they are. So that was the impetus that they pushed forth with tacit agreement from the white people, from the white policymakers, because at least they wouldn't have to deal with African centeredness. So multiculturalism was used to neutralize African centeredness. And that's what you must always remember when somebody's talking about multicultural. So you don't understand these words. These words they have psychoeffective material, but they're political words. They're words used to diffuse something of its, or divest something of its power, to dilute. So in politics, in political science, there are principles that deal with concentration versus dilution. All right? Diluting something, making it weaker. So if you want a cup of strong coffee, how you take it? Black. If you want to make your coffee weaker, what do you do to the color? You make it lighter, whiter. Right? So once you add the milk, you put some other stuff in it, now you got a multicultural thing going on, but it's weak. When it was just coffee, it was strong as fuck, keep you up for 12 hours. Do its job. Right? So multiculturalism was used to neutralize African centeredness, Afrocentric. And that's very important. You go to Latin countries today and you look at who the newscasters are, and you look at all the television personalities, they're all white. With all them black people in them countries, they're all white. You understand? And most of the black people in them countries, they have no sense of African identity. They're displaced and misplaced. Not all of them, many of them. Many of them. Multicultural. That's not saying that all Hispanics or Latinos think that way. Many don't. I know many Latinos that define themselves strictly as African. Real talk. And I wouldn't argue with them. You know? Yeah, I do. I'm African, period. End of discussion. I hear you. Cool. No problem. Hey, if you accept it, I accept it. Not a problem. Right? So, this is the most important thing for you to remember about multiculturalism. Multiculturalism was used in that war to neutralize the African-centered or the Afrocentric thrust from these scholars. And once that happened, the blacks really had no choice. They had to, the only way to make an impact with the knowledge that was now available to us was to agree to the multicultural paradigm and then just get in whatever we could get in that system. Push in and get in whatever we could get in. We had to compromise. We had to compromise. So if multiculturalism caused you to compromise, and compromise is not always a good thing. You ever hear somebody say, don't let that person compromise you? That's a compromise. Being compromised has certain consequences depending on the context in which it's used. Multiculturalism was used to neutralize the African identity, to weaken it, to make it less of a driving force in the education curriculum of our children. Don't you ever forget that. Multiculturalism is not your friend. And I'm going to show you further as we move forward. I wanted to explain that to you. That this, and I know what I'm talking about because I literally have the meeting on tape when Dr. Leonard Jeffries was actually explaining this. And he literally came out of the meeting and then gave a presentation. And I have it on cassette. Well, it's digitized now. Where he's talking about this is what actually happened. So people can't come to me talking this multicultural, this, no, I know what that means. That means some of me, some of you. No. That's not how power works. That is not how power works. All right? Multicultural, my ass. Multicultural when it's in my interest. Exclusive when it's not. That's how it works. Okay. How the heck did I go all the way back here? Well, I don't know. So let's look at this. So this is commentary. This is when I share my ideas with you about everything I've shown you. Okay? This is when I share my ideas with you about everything that I've shown you. And this is what I had to say. These are my own thoughts now. This is not me reading from the stuff. I'm just sharing with you my own thoughts. Okay? The first one is, as Black people, as people of African descent, the Bible is not ours. Okay? People love to say, oh, it's African, we da da da. It is an appropriation, a misrepresentation, and a contamination of what was indeed formerly ours. Okay? It has a lot of our stuff in it that doesn't make it ours. That makes it stolen property. Two, because people love to talk about the African contribution to Christianity. Well, this is what I say to that. There were Jews who capitulated to and helped the Nazi undertakings. We would say they were complicit and collaborators, etc. Do Jews then claim Nazism as their own? Of course not. So why do African people that think that just because they made a contribution to something, that it is therefore theirs? I don't know where you get that from. We made contributions to the United Nations. African countries have made contributions to the United Nations. That does not make the United Nations an African institution. See, you people have to stop thinking stupid. Because you do. You think stupid when it's convenient to. Because you make a contribution to something does not make it yours. You understand? It doesn't make it yours. You just made a contribution. That's it. That's it. So yes, did Black people make contributions to Christianity and to the Bible? Yes, I'm not denying that. Don't make it ours. Any more than Nazism belongs to the Jews who made contributions to it, who were collaborators and co-conspirators. Now the third thing, Christianity was an old theology newly packaged. Period. If you understand marketing and branding didn't start, they're not modern things. Marketing and branding goes back to ancient Egypt. For those of you who don't know, I actually give a whole presentation of that with documentation. Marketing and branding literally go back to ancient Egypt. Literally. Not figuratively, literally. So the fact that Christianity was marketed as something new and promoted as something new doesn't mean it was. It's an old theology packaged as something new, repackaged as something new. That's it. And we will be bearing that out as we move forward with the other presentations, with forthcoming presentations. But I just wanted you to be aware of that. That's all it is. Okay? Now, the fourth thing, multiculturalism is a form of variation. Variation is used to achieve nihilism, that is, meaningless or non-existence. If you understand political science, for those poli-sci majors out there, you know that what I said is true. Anytime you want to destroy a political doctrine, what you do is you introduce different versions of it to the populace. These different versions of it will become commingled to the point where the original ones that were a threat to the established power will disappear. They become diluted and they cancel each other out. They neutralize each other. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. In fact, that's part of the reason why you have all these different doctrines in Christianity. It's not by accident. There's a reason why there's different versions. As long as those versions are there, people can't get together. As long as people can't get together, they can't plot and overthrow. It's that simple. You give these people monophysism, you give them meophysism, you give them diophysism, you give them on and on and on and on and on. Literally ad infinitum. Literally. And they're thinking this is a product, a result of history. No, you idiot. These things were prescribed for your know-nothing self. They were prescribed. Shout out to the first responders. Okay? Now, why are we talking about variation and nihilism? Because that's talking about variation and nihilism, multiculturalism, right? That's talking about multiculturalism, variation and nihilism on a religious, from a religious perspective. Now you're going to see that exact same thing played out on a racial perspective so you can understand what I'm talking about. National Geographic produced an article. They did it on this is the cover. And what the article said was what Americans will look like in 2050. See it? This is what Americans are supposed to look like in 2050. I think she's pretty. I think these two are adorable children. I ain't got no problem with them. But then they give you a larger tapestry to look at. In the same article, this is what Americans will look like. What do you, in 2050, what do you notice about that picture? Since you think multiculturalism is so good, what do you notice about that picture? Huh? I don't see anybody in there. And what's her name from the Black Panther? What's her name from the Black Panther who played the his love interest? Yeah, I know her name. What's her name? Somebody put it in the chat. What's her name? I forgot her name. It's a beautiful name too. Nobody's gonna help me out in the chat. Loopy. I forgot her name. Loop something. The girl from Black Panther. So nobody's gonna tell me. Lupando. Let me see. Lupido. Right? Right? You see anybody up there? You see anybody up there that's Lupido's complexion? You see anybody up there that's the same complexion as Tyrese, the singer? You see anybody up there that's the same complexion as shit? I don't even see anybody up there that's Idris Elba's complexion. Idris Elba, right? I don't see anybody up there. Let's see. So what happens when a black person sees this? They're like, well, where am I? No, you're not included in that because you love multiculturalism. Okay? Yes. Now, what people don't realize is that good, bad, or ugly, that in many respects is what Hitler was fighting against. I'll say it again. That is what Hitler was fighting against. He spoke about it at length in his book, Mein Kampf. Does that mean I support his atrocities? No, not at all. Or that I advocate for them? No, not at all. But I understand the dilemma. Why? Because as a black person, I don't want to see black people disappear. To hell with disappearing from America. I don't want to see us disappear from the planet. And this is what that will lead to. Forgive me. I don't want all black people to look like this. I don't want all black people to look like that. No. I'm sorry. That's not my legacy. My legacy is not to leave a legacy of helping black people to be ushered off of this planet and ushered out of a society that we helped to build. Not at all. Not at all. And I hope many of you, my people out there of darker persuasion, I hope you saw that grid. They're telling you in your face how they're going to get rid of you through racial miscegenation. And so you think it's a joke and it's cute and oh, she's sexy, she's cute. I just want to make babies. They have light eyes. Right there, right, Serena Williams? Yeah. That's the message they're sending you. If you don't believe me, ask this new judge they just put on the Supreme Court, Ketanji. You don't believe me? Ask Obama. If you don't believe me, ask Clarence Thomas. There's only one way you can play. There's only one way you can play. You got to pay to play, and this is the price. Yes. Oh, you can't play if your mama ain't white. Oh, you got a white husband? That's cool. Oh, you got a white wife? That's cool. Yeah. It's the name of the game. Why? Because at the end of the day, that's going to produce this. It's that simple. Period. That. You need a closer look? There you go. That's the grid. That's what America's going to look like in 2050. They're telling you, we don't want you. Now, here's the thing. Let me tell you what brings that about. The first thing that brings that about is black self-hate. Now, let me tell you about multiculturalism too real fast. If you saw my presentation on Whoopi Goldberg, I documented for you that the entire Israelite experience, talking about back to the Bible, the entire Israelite experience was founded on multiculturalism, racial miscegenation. I documented it for you. I actually took you to the National Center for Biotechnology and the National Institute of Health. I took you to their website so that you could read the genetic stories of the origin of the Israelites. And it broke down for you that it was basically, they came about as a result of admixture between 4 different focal points. So from the very outset, their whole worldview was based on racial miscegenation, admixture. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I don't have any problem with anybody who's mixed. I have no problem with that. I got mixed relatives. I've had mixed exes, relationships with mixed people. Fuck. You are what you are. You didn't have no choice to be what you are. Ain't nobody ever asked to be born whatever they was born as. Nobody, black, white, or mixed. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't political and economic and spiritual, whatever you want to call it. There are multi-level consequences that come with everything. And even if it's unpopular to talk about it, it's not going to make it go away. In fact, not talking about it will help it to persist. You understand? And because black people are not politically mature enough to understand how sex is used to undermine their presence, it'll make you disappear. It's just a factor of time. That's it. Just get you to keep falling in love with light skin and straight hair. Just get you to keep falling in love with blue eyes, green eyes. Didn't some girl on one of these shows it's one of these reality shows, she just bleached her skin all the way out. I saw it on Netflix and chill. I don't know what the show is. And everybody's accepting of it. Well, that's not true. The masses are complaining about it, but the people at Netflix on the page, they're saying if you say anything, it's called shade and act or something like that. And they say if you say anything about her skin, you're gonna be excised from the group. I'm like, wow. Woo. Yes, this is multiculturalism. Okay? That's multiculturalism. She's standing there like, well, where am I? You ain't invited. Where you at? You went and got yourself a white man and you made a mixed child, and that's it. Because you hated the way you looked. You didn't want another little girl to be born with nappy head. Ain't that right, Serena? Right? You want to spare her the self-hate because you hate the way you look. You hate your blackness and you know you do. Serena Williams, and I'll say it. I don't care. I'll say it from the top of the mountain. Yes, I know a self-hater when I see one. I'm not saying that to speak down to her or down, but I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. And it's not popular to say these things, but you're gonna be ostriches for your whole life and just keep your head in the sand. Don't say what we all know is true. What did Plato say? He who speaks the truth has no friends. Or the most hated. He said the most hated man in the room is he who speaks the truth. So if you hate me now, you know why. Because I'm just telling you the truth. Real talk. I'm just telling you the truth. You know, that's what multiculturalism does. It makes the extremes disappear. I personally like black people. I personally like dark-skinned black people. And I'd like to see them around on this planet in this country for a long time. Period. I don't want to have to ask everybody who I meet, what are you? What are you? You know? Nah, not that I'm going to be around forever. That's not the point. The point is that I think we deserve to be here. That's all. I think African people deserve to be here on this planet. Yes. And we absolutely deserve to be in America. You're going to tell me by 2050, nobody's going to look like the people who picked the cotton of this country? Nobody's going to look like the people who were enslaved in this country for however long? Really? Because you will have successfully made them disappear. Yeah. It's almost a form of biological warfare, believe it or not. It's just how it's packaged and marketed to you. That's all. It's just how it's packaged. And if you are a consumer nation, that's what you respond to, that which is packaged and marketed to you. That's it. So I have no use for multiculturalism unless it serves my interest. And where it doesn't serve my interest, I really have no use for multiculturalism. And truthfully speaking, neither should you. I mean, that's just my own personal opinion. You know, this has nothing to do with hate. It has everything to do with love, in fact. Love of us. Love of myself. You understand what I'm saying? Real talk. When somebody tries to teach you that loving yourself is a bad thing, it means hating somebody else. And I tell you like this. If loving myself means hating someone else, then so be it. All right? Because I'm going to love myself to the best of my ability. I'm going to love myself and respect myself to the best of my ability. Doesn't mean I'm always going to be successful. But, yeah, my lips get dry, you know what I mean? But that's real, yeah. If loving myself means hating someone else, then so be it. Well, I'm going to not love myself so this person can feel more comfortable and feel accepted. Fuck out of here. Excuse me. Get out of here with that. You know? So, That being said, and this is the truth, and this is why the Bible and Christianity could not be the edifice or the arbiter of our intellectual legacy, or the cornerstone of our intellectual legacy. It could not be, because it is multiculturalism. You see this? This is the Bible. What you're looking at right there, that's it. You're looking at it. Multiculturalism in your face. Okay, matter of fact, let me get rid of her because that's too much color for the Bible. There you go. All right, hold on. That's the Bible. There you go. Okay, straight up and down. And when you see Dr. Vince Bantu and his wife, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, these Christians love that shit. They live for this. Are you kidding me? A black Christian man will grab a white woman before you could say, I don't know whose name to say. Quincy Jones. You know? You know, but on some real shit, a black Christian man, a black man who believes in Jesus, will jump head and shoulders for a white woman so fast to make your head spin. I guarantee you this much. 99.9% of the time, if a black man has a white woman, I guarantee you he believes in Jesus. If a black woman has a white man, I guarantee you she believes in Jesus and she's more than likely a Christian. Why? Because they are about universalism. They are about that. This whole thing is a miscegenation movement. And that's what people fail to understand. They don't understand how it's all related. Because you hear all the spiritual mumbo jumbo and this religious mumbo jumbo, even the historical mumbo jumbo. But you don't understand the sexual component of it because you don't understand the political component of it. And you don't understand how politics and sex are related. You're just too immature on all these levels to understand any of this. And it's sad. There's no reason. As far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't be having any other conversation until you have all this stuff nailed down in your mind and how it actually works. How are you raising children on a planet where you don't understand how any of this shit works? Just go to school, get good grades, get a job. What are you watching on TV tonight? Okay, yeah, give them the computer, keep them busy, keep them preoccupied. No learning is going on. No preparing for the future. No getting the future, our future ranks ready. What do we, if you want to know what we're doing for our future ranks, just, I hate to say it, look at social media. I don't know. You know, I don't know what to tell you people, but sometimes I know that when it comes to black people, I don't want to be a party people. I'd be like, the future's bleak. And I don't mean Memphis bleak or bleak from Philly. The future's bleak for black people because as a race, because we don't understand the stakes. We don't understand what's at stake. And we don't understand how I was going to the store one day and this young man saw me as I was walking in and he was walking out of the store with a white girl on his arm. It was none of my business. And she was attractive. And she was a pretty white girl. And he saw me. He was like, oh, Shakka-Ahmose, Shakka-Ahmose. He was bugging out. So I was like, I'm going in here to shop. After he wanted to get a picture, his girlfriend took the picture of he and I. And then I said, I'm going to shop. And if I see you on the way out, we'll speak. He was like, okay. I went, I did my shopping. And when I came out, he came back to see me. He was waiting for me, actually. As we were walking, the conversation automatically went to his girl. I think I made a smart comment or something. I don't remember what it was. I was like, yeah, I see you like that vanilla or something like that. And he said, that's what I want to talk to you about. And I said, what's up? He was like, how do you feel about that? I said, are you asking for my approval or are you just asking out of curiosity? And he was like, oh, I think I am. I'm like, first of all, my approval is not necessary. You can do what you want. It's your life. The only thing that I ask people to do is to understand what it is that you're doing when you're doing it. Understand what the ramifications are. Understand what it means. I have a lot of friends who are half black and half white. And when I tell you they wear both faces, they wear both faces. They will be conveniently, and these are some of them are famous. They will be black when it's convenient to be black, but they're a different kind of black. So you got some black, and you got to remember, 9 times out of 10, when that admixture is there, there's going to be some class difference too. So you add that class difference with that racial admixture. Oh, it's ugly. It's ugly. That's when you get the real bourgeois class amongst your own people. But you can't put that on them. One thing I don't do, I don't ever confuse one thing for something else. Because you could be a pure black person and be as bourgeois and as elitist as the mixest black person in the world, or the mixest person in the world. So your racial makeup doesn't make you elitist. It doesn't make you anything other than whatever value it holds for you. So if your race holds no value for you, then who you marry doesn't matter. Who you make children with doesn't matter. If your race has no value for you. If your race does have value to you, then behave accordingly is what I would say, you know. Yeah, behave accordingly. Like, you know, I think it's strange to be angry or upset at white people who love being white. It's like, why shouldn't they celebrate themselves? Love yourself. I tell everybody, love yourself. If you're white, love it. Love that you're white and appreciate it. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that you got to go through everybody's history and try to be everybody. Now you're the Pharaoh of Egypt, and you're the last samurai, and because now you basically just taking everybody, or you're the gods of Egypt. See, that's different. That's not loving yourself. That's basically neutralizing everybody else's love for themselves. You know. So I just wanted to share that. Let me see. I think that might be it. I'm not really sure. Let me see. Oh no, there are a few more items before we go. I just remembered. There are a few more items. For some reason, I was thinking that I had gotten past this point. That was it. So intellectual legacy, African centeredness, that is what this war was about. And it was a war, and the war has not stopped. You guys have just lost your way and you've regressed. But the war has not stopped. Okay? And also, if you want to say spiritual legacy too. That's what this is about. And that's why we introduced the Book of the Dead, the coffin text, the pyramid text. We had to introduce that stuff so that these white people who appropriated Christianity for themselves and monopolized it, we had to remind them where that religion came from. We wasn't talking to black Christians in the black community. We could care less. Be what you want to be. Do what you want to do. We was talking to these white devils. That's who we were talking to. People trying to tell us that we have a low IQ and we are genetically inferior to them intellectually. Well, but at the same time, you go to church on Sunday to worship something that we helped to create and that was actually stolen from our original stuff. So who's the real low IQ one? Come on. You know, you got to get your act together. So, I got to talk about this. Oh, yes. So here's the thing. I sent Eric Mason a friend request on Facebook a long time ago, and he didn't respond to it. So I figured, oh, okay, he's not interested in being friends. At least it's opening up a line of communication. Pastor Mason. So I said he's on TikTok now, and eventually he did accept my friendship, but I didn't realize it. I didn't know it. So the other day I saw there was a post about his book, and I left an insulting GIF. It was a GIF of a garbage can with flies flying around it, saying the book was garbage. I know because I have it, and I read the part that was relevant to me, and it was garbage. And I'm still not done responding to it. The thing was, I didn't realize that was Eric Mason's page. I was unaware that we were friends because I would not have been that confrontational. Not like that. I think there's a way to engage people. You could be quasi-confrontational. You could do the whole passive-aggressive thing. All of that stuff was fine. But I think that it's like coming into somebody's home. You want to be a little bit respectful. If the man is gracious enough to accept the friend request and allows to be friends, then I figure that I thought it was Adam Coleman, one of his proteges, the guy that ran for me on the other platform, who didn't want to debate the Horus and Jesus thing, but he act like he did want to debate, but said we couldn't debate it. Take that off the table. Yeah, I remember him, the one with the Jesus sneakers running. So I thought Adam had posted that picture of the book because they got some kind of award within some Christian magazine or something. And come to find out, it was Eric Mason's page. And he left a comment. He responded saying some silliness about I have a lot going on and blah, 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 a bunch of nothing. And rather than admit that I had made a mistake because I didn't mean to post that on his page, I didn't realize it was his page. I wouldn't have done that. I would not have ruined his moment of enjoying his accolade and his achievement. I thought it was Adam Coleman. I enjoy giving Adam Coleman a hard time. He doesn't remind me of that younger brother I like to harass. That's all. You know, you got an old, you know, in families, you sometimes have an older brother and a younger brother. And the older brother likes to give the younger brother a hard time. That's how I feel about Adam Coleman. He's someone who I genuinely like as a person. I like his demeanor. I like his energy. He's just a cool dude. And sometimes cool people would just let you give them a hard time because they're cool. You know, they know you just messing with them. And I thought that, but I didn't realize it was Eric Mason's page. So he responded. And I noticed on his page, when I went back to look, I noticed he had posted this on his page. Now, let me tell you what he posted on his page. Somebody asked him a question. And the question was, this is a pastor now. He has his own church, all this stuff. And he's one of the head figures, if not the main head figure within the urban apologetics community. At least the one I'm aware of. Someone asked him, they said, Pastor, how come you focus on your biblical ancestors, but you don't focus on your African ancestors? And that's what he said right there in that video that you're looking at. He's telling you that somebody asked him the question. And in the video, he wanted to give the answer. Now, the answer he gave was full of shit. I'm just telling you the truth. It was some bullshit. But I'm going to show you where he got his answer from. Okay? Watch this. Look at, this is his finger, and he was reading. This is a snapshot of his screen. As he's reading from his Bible, he put this: African ancestors. Now look how he framed it. African ancestors versus biblical ancestors. That already lets you know this is a person of African descent who is disenfranchised from their ancestry. That automatically lets you know. African ancestors versus biblical ancestors. And then I looked at the section he was reading from. And the section was clearly marked occult practices versus prophetic revelation. So I'm like, wait a minute. So I said, hold up. So your first go-to in answering a question about African ancestry as and in fact, he didn't ask you to do the whole verses thing. He just asked you why you focused on one and not focused on the other. And where did this man go to? He went straight to occultism. Because that, for him, is what defines African people. That's what defines his African ancestors for him. Occultism. Occultism. And then it went further into sorcery and witchcraft, all this other stuff. But for him, in his truncated mind, his African ancestry is defined by occultism. I'm not making this up. Look. This is what he was looking at. This is his screen. That's his finger. He went right here. Occult practices versus prophetic revelation. So this is a teaching Bible. Okay? So it has things sectioned off like that. That shows you how disfigured his perception is of his African ancestors, of his lineage, of his heritage. Occultism. Well, I said, okay. I said, okay. So I said, okay. Occult practice. Oh, and then in another thread on his page, he was having a debate with a very with someone who I have a lot of respect for. So I blocked their name out. And it was still about this whole African. It was on the same thread. It was about African ancestors versus biblical ancestors. And so basically, what Eric Mason said, the pastor, what he said was that Africans celebrate their ancestors. Christians only acknowledge their biblical ancestors. They don't celebrate. He said that's different. So apparently, celebrating your ancestors is unchristian to him. Okay? I'm telling you exactly what he said. That's his right. That's his words. He typed that there. I'm going to show you again. That's why I underlined it. It's his words, literally verbatim. He said they were talking about the difference between Western culture or Western Christianity versus Eastern Christianity. And Eric was accused, Pastor Mason was accused of taking a Western perspective. And he said, this isn't Western. There are many variations in history that were done, but not Christian. Then he says, acknowledgement and celebration is different, because the person who was talking to him was trying to explain to him, hey, bro, what are you saying? Why are you misleading this person? It's the same. He said Christians were doing the same thing. And he pointed certain he pointed out certain he pointed out certain things in the Bible that showed that there was some ancestor acknowledgement going on. And he made the distinction, because even in answering the question, he had to admit that he does focus on his biblical ancestors. But he said it's an acknowledgement, not a celebration. So I'm like, okay. So we have occult practices and celebrate versus acknowledge. So Africans celebrate their ancestors, while the biblical ancestors, who are the Israelites and so on and so on, they acknowledge, or Christians acknowledge their biblical ancestors. So celebrate and acknowledge, according to the pastor, are different things. That's what he said, not me. So this is what we call checkout time. All right? Checkout time means we're going to check this out. Okay, where we at? Let me see. Here we go. Okay, we are going to check this out. Yes. So now I'm going to share my screen. Let me come over here and new tab. There we go. So now I'm going to stop the screen. Then I'm going to share it again. And then I'm going to go here to new tab. Here you go. So now y'all can see my new tab. I want y'all to see. We're going to see if celebration and acknowledgement are two different things. First, let's see that. Oh, better yet, let's do occultism first, right? Because he said, basically, his African ancestors are identified with occultism. Well, let's see what occultism is. Okay? I just want to see what occultism is. What do I have here? All right, well, oh, wow, I'm surprised I didn't do that. Okay, cool. You can see my thing. All right, we're going to go to Oxford Dictionary. See, powered by Oxford Lexico. Lexico is Oxford Dictionary online. Okay? So now we're going to type in, what's the word? Occultism. Okay, let me see. Oh, occult. Occult. Now I'm going to show this to you. I'm going to enlarge my screen so y'all not saying I'm making this up. Occultism. All right, occult. Now, I want y'all to notice something, because I'm going to tell you how people will try to make you stupid. Okay? I want you to notice something. Oh man, it put another thing. Oh, the first word in the definition of occult is what? Everybody say it out loud. What is the first word in the definition of occult? Let Shaka teach you. What is the first word in the definition of occult? Put it in the chat. What is the first word in the definition of occult? I'm not going to move forward until I see it in the chat. Somebody put it in the chat. I know everybody ain't lazy. Hold on. I know everybody ain't lazy. What is the first word in the definition of occult? I have it right here, people. It's right in front of you. See it? It's right there. What is the first word in the definition of occult? I will wait. Thank you. Yes. That is the first word in the definition of occult. So this is what Pastor Mason identifies with our African ancestors. Yes, Inam. Supernatural. Absolutely. Let me move my picture out the way. Hold on one second. Boom. Okay. The first word in occult is supernatural. So if you're dealing with the supernatural, that is occult. Mystical, magical belief, practices, phenomena, right? That is what of involving or relating to supernatural. Even in this, there you go, supernatural. Okay. So I want us to let's be very clear on what we're talking about. Okay. So when you're dealing with the supernatural, you are dealing with occult by virtue of the definition, okay, of the word occult. By virtue of the definition of the word occult. So let's look at something. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go right here. This is from JSTOR, Christianity and the Supernatural. Okay? I want you to see this so you can stop letting people make fools of you because they make fools of themselves. Okay? Now you just saw occult deals with supernatural. Anything supernatural, that's occult. In filial faith, then certainly Christianity cannot live without faith in what? The supernatural. If by the supernatural we mean miracles, and by miracle, but supernatural, from this whatever page this is, Christianity is a supernatural faith. Legionnaire Ministries, right? The Christianity of the Bible is a religion that is uncompromisingly supernatural. If we take away the supernatural, we take away Christianity. Good night, Irene. End of discussion. Pastor Mason, you're a fool. Somebody needs to tell you that. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. It sounds disrespectful, but it is not disrespectful. It is truth. You're making distinctions that don't exist. And that's what Christians love to do. They love to play with little words. You know why? Because they exist in such a small space because of all of the lies surrounding their reality. They exist in such a small space that they have to whittle away and divide the minutia so that they can always have a way to rationalize their hypocrisy. You went to your book to show the difference between prophetic revelation and occultism. Your whole worldview is occultish because it is founded on the supernatural. And this cabal of Christians, the urban apologist community, they are the first ones to tell you they are about supernaturalism. I can show you them preaching about their religion being about the supernatural, using that word. Why would you use the word if you don't know the definition of it? Because if occult means supernatural, then guess what supernatural means? Occult. See how that works? You see? Okay? One can't mean the other, but the other don't mean the other. That's how it works. Supernatural and occult are the same thing. Christianity is all about the supernatural. In fact, that's their whole argument against everything, including atheists, which I'm not. That's their whole argument, supernatural. Look up the word occult. The very first word is supernatural. You occulting motherfuckers, because that's what you are. And somebody needs to tell you that. I just documented it for you, but your mind can't process it. Not because either because it's incapable of or because you don't want to. You have an adverse relationship to truth and to facts. That's not my fault. So if you are a Calvinist Christian, you are in a cult and you engage in occult behavior. If you go to church, you are engaged in occult behavior. Yes. If you believe the Bible is real, if you take in sacrament, that is occultish behavior. It is all pertaining to the supernatural. So watch your mouth the next time you call somebody else a cult or some other group a cult. That is literally the pot calling the kettle black, and nobody calls you out on it. I just documented it for 107 people and for all the other thousands of people that will watch this after. Let's deal with the next one. Celebrate versus acknowledge. I'm going to show you literally how stupid these people are. I mean, I can't call them any other name only because I let the evidence speak for itself. And if the evidence, I'm simple. I don't need a whole lot. I read a lot. I'm a bibliophile. I read more than most human beings. But that's not the point. You don't need to read a whole lot just to get some basic information. This is basic. And that's what I'm saying. If you can't even get the basic right, why should I listen to you about something that's serious? Pastor Mason, you can't even get the basic right. You can't get the basics right. Let's look at it. What was it? Acknowledgement versus celebration. Well, let's see. We're going to let this pastor educate us. Here we go. Celebrate. Now, he said celebrate and acknowledgement were two different things. I didn't say that. That's what Pastor Mason said. Okay? Now, to everybody watching, please tell me what the first word is in the word celebrate. Please put it in the chat because I'm not moving forward. Tell me what is the first word in the word, what is the first word in the definition of celebrate? What is it? Read it. Say it out loud. Put it in the chat. This is how pastors make you stupid. He's telling you that celebrating your ancestors is different from acknowledging your ancestors. What is the first word in the definition of celebrate? Let me see who put it in the chat first. Thank you. I got to go to the first one. Yes. Troy, thank you. They are literally the same thing. This is what I mean. And that's why I say a doctor of divinity, what does it mean? It just means you're still stupid. No, it stands for being dumb. You're dumb about basic stuff. Basic. Acknowledge. Basic. You can't even get the basic stuff right, Pastor Mason. That's your own handwriting that I showed people. That's your own handwriting. You said acknowledging your ancestors is different from celebrating your ancestors. Well, then how come the first word in the in the definition of celebrate is acknowledge? You don't take two different things and put them at the definition for the word. What's wrong? Where you live? So now we're going to do synonyms to make sure that we are being educated correctly. Let's see if celebrate and knowledge mean the same thing. We're going to look at synonyms. Because people out here will try to literally make you stupid. Here we go. Celebrate. We are in synonyms. Oh, sorry. Celebrate. Here we go. We are in synonyms. No, I want the thesaurus. 1 second. Yo. Oh, here we go. Synonyms. Okay, now we are in synonyms. I thought I was before. Celebrate. Okay, here we go. Synonyms. Words that sound different but mean the same. Okay? This is the word celebrate. Synonyms. Hey, what word is this? Oh, acknowledge. Celebrate means to acknowledge. But you're going to miseducate people, Pastor, because that's what you do. I listen to you all the time. You are literally the dumbest man I've ever listened to. I mean, there's a whole lot of people on YouTube talking smack, but I ain't come encounter anybody as dumb as Pastor Eric Mason. Nobody. I have not encountered anybody as dumb. His proteges are smarter than he is. Adam Coleman, Alfredo Valentin, they are smarter than he is. All you gotta do is listen. I hate to say it. All you gotta do is listen to Eric Mason talk. You can see the dude ain't too bright. But you want to stand here and tell us who God is and who God isn't? And you don't even know the difference between, you don't know that there is no difference between celebrate and acknowledge, but you're trying to create a difference? That's what you do. You try to create a difference where there was none. And that's what Christians do. You try to do, you are guilty, dude, in front of the fucking world. Like, I just showed that. Like, I literally just showed that. You can't undo that. You understand? Imagine if I had you on stage, how embarrassed and stupid you would look. A grown-ass man running around, don't know the difference, or don't know that there is no difference between celebrate and acknowledge. But to try to make Christian worship and doctrine special and different from Africans and from Egypt, he had to lie, which is what he does. He had to lie, and it's in print. I got that in print forever, bro. Mason, I know you're seeing this. And if you ain't seeing it, I know one of your little dumb followers watching it. Okay? Nah, bro, you ain't getting a pass on that. Do you see that? Let me just show you again so you don't think I'm making this up. Because I know how people, he made it up. Celebrate and acknowledge don't mean the same thing. Look, there's the word celebrate. Okay? Synonyms. Acknowledge. Do you see it? Right there. Commemorate, observe, honor, mark, salute, recognize, acknowledge. But when Africans do it, you want to call them heathens. You want to call them demonic. You want to call it occultism. You are I'm going to say it, you're a fucking idiot. Period. Somebody, we need to stop being polite about this shit. You're a fucking idiot. Eric Mason, that's what you are. When it comes to this stuff, as a father, you're a great father. As a husband, you're a great provider. As a pastor, you suck because all you do is miseducate people. And that's just the truth. Sorry, that's just the truth. I didn't say it to insult you, my brother. I really did not. But if I love you, I got to tell you the truth. Anybody that's ever studied under me will tell you. I will tell them, you're an idiot. You could be studying under me for 2 years. If I'm teaching you hardcore and you mess up on something that I know you should not have messed up on, my son will tell you, you're an idiot. So if I'm going to tell them they're idiots, why shouldn't I tell you you're an idiot if you're out here miseducating people? You went to a book that accused Africans of being occultish, and when we looked at the definition of the word occult, it said supernatural. And when we went to Christianity, it said Christianity is all about the supernatural. So the Christianity is occultish. You're into the occult because you are dealing with the supernatural. Africans deal with the natural, nature. You call us nature worshipers. That's what they did in nature. They worship nature. The sun was God, Ray. The moon was God, Yah. The stars were teachers, Seba. The sky was a goddess, Nut. Aset was a goddess, the throne. A woman is natural. The fact that she's a goddess means you're just dealing with nature. Something natural is your God, not something supernatural. See, there's a lot that you don't understand about the supernatural, Eric Mason. And the reason you don't understand the supernatural is because you don't understand Greek history properly. It's the Greeks that were expertise in the supernatural. They are the ones that introduced supernaturalism to the discourse. Why? Because they needed to find a way to explain things that they couldn't explain. Why? Because they had already convinced themselves and the world that they were the creators of everything, but then they had to have an alibi. If you are the creator of everything, then why don't you understand A, B, C, D, E, F, G? So they lied and just made up stuff. They told you about things that they didn't have to explain. The Greeks. And you know who wrote about that? Gerald Massey, the same one who you tried to disrespect. Eric Mason. You should read some of his work. The man was brilliant when it came to the past and to history. He was. Not about everything. He got a lot of things wrong. But the stage of Egyptology at that stage was brand new. Why would we expect everybody to get things right? It was brand new. Talking about the 18th century, 19th century. In the 19th century, there was a lot they didn't know. I mean, the language was just deciphered in the 18th century. It's only a few generations afterwards that Gerald Massey is writing. So for somebody who was writing that soon after the hieroglyphs had been deciphered, I think he did a pretty darn good job. I think he did a pretty okay job. If not from a technical perspective, certainly from an ideological perspective. An ideological perspective, he was dead on, because you'll find the best Egyptologists today that repeat exactly what Gerald Massey said. I'll show you where Dr. James P. Allen repeats what he said. Jan Assman, who has higher than a PhD, he has his habilitation. He repeated what Gerald Massey said. So Gerald Massey could not have been that stupid. He just got a lot of the technical things wrong, but so did Budge. That's why when you read Budge, Osiris, and the Egyptian resurrection, there's a lot of terminology that's used in there that is incorrect. Some of Faulkner's work is considered outdated. Right? So, nah, bro, you got to eat this, Pastor Mason. I apologize to some degree for being disrespectful, but it's like, you know how this arena is. If you step in it, you got to get in it. You got to get this work. You understand what I'm saying? You're running around telling people that celebrating your ancestors and acknowledging your ancestors are two different things. That's a false distinction. You are just stupid, illiterate, uneducated, miseducated. And the only thing that miseducated people could do is miseducate other people. And that's what Eric Mason does, and other pastors like him. As far as I'm concerned, all pastors miseducate people. The fact that you're a pastor telling you what line of work you're in, miseducating people, period. Because the first person you miseducated was yourself. So you can't help but miseducate people. And to me, I don't care if it's on purpose or by accident. It doesn't matter to me. If you're miseducating people, you're miseducating them, period. You know, and it needs to be addressed. And I addressed it, period. You know, I don't mean to be so harsh, and I really genuinely don't mean to come off as disrespectful as I do, but sometimes it's a visceral thing. It's like, man, how dare you invest all of this time and energy in miseducating people? Like, you making our jobs harder. In fact, you working for the other side. That's who you really working for. The other side, these dudes. These two, that's who you working for. And let me tell you, black people, you need to increase your vocabulary and keep 2 words close. Or keep 1 word close, 2 words close. Assimilation and resist. People always say, I want to fight for the resistance. They don't understand what resist means. Resist means all of the things that may pull at you from the greater society that may you might want to dye your hair blonde. You might want to wear blue eye contacts. You might want to get a white girl. You might want to get a white. Resist. It doesn't mean that you don't have natural feeling towards human beings. Of course, all people are beautiful. It doesn't matter what their color is. I'll say it again. All people are beautiful. It does not matter what their color is. But when we resist those choices, it doesn't come from a place of hatred. It comes from a place of trying to preserve something and trying to restore something. And if you're not down with preserving and restoring the black race, I have no use for you. How you going to say Black Lives Matter, but you're not down with restoring and preserving the black race? Then black lives don't matter to you. You're fake. You're just a slogan. That's all you are. You're a slogan. Preserving and restoring the black race. Then Black Lives Matter. You understand? This is the real shit. You can't pay for this kind of shit. But I expect you to support my channel and my platform. Inspire me, motivate me to do my best work for you guys. You know? So I just wanted to put that out there. You did that, dude. I didn't do that. Look, you put your foot in it. Eric Mason, you tried to answer the person's question. I wouldn't even repeat what you told the person. He said Jesus is our eldest brother and our ultimate ancestor. That's what this dude said. He said that. He said Jesus is our elder brother and our ultimate ancestor. How can Jesus be our ultimate ancestor? Do you know what ancestry means? Ancestry is a biological thing. You are not biologically related to Jesus Christ. Okay? Jesus Christ was not of African descent. Or Jesus. All right? Number one, he's a narrative. Jesus of the Bible is a character in a narrative. But even in the narrative, he's the seed of Abraham and David. They weren't Africans. Especially David and them, they were Israelites. And Israelites were not Africans. If you go back and look at my Whoopi Goldberg presentation, I show you the genetic makeup of the Israelites. I literally documented for you. They were not Africans. And if you want to talk about the Canaanites, from which they got a lot of their culture and spearheaded their culture, even they were mixed. They were, and the term Canaanite is a mixed term. It applied to different things at different times. So which Canaanites are you referring to? The black Canaanites in the south? Or the non-black Canaanites in Tyre, and Sidon, and Phoenicia? Which ones? Because all of that area was Canaan. And these are not Africans. So, and then he tried to shove in, see, they agree with you and they want to agree with you. The Hebrew Israelites are always talking about Israel as part of Africa. So now Eric Mason is trying to push that too. That Israel is part of Africa. I don't care if Israel is part of Africa. All that tells me is you don't know anything about the history of how the Israelites came to be. The Israelites were not black. They were multicultural, multiracial. They were a polyglot. They were a composite of different people. That's why their tribal system was so imperative to them. Because truthfully speaking, they were segregationists amongst themselves. They were segregationists amongst themselves. But a lot of that had to do with totemism. So that people wouldn't be intermarrying see, a lot of these groups, there's a little too much intermarriage going on, and they love to talk shit about ancient Egypt. You people are hilarious. You're absolutely hilarious. You got Hebrews all through that Bible, fathers having sex with their daughters and all kinds. I mean, you people are crazy. You literally are. You draw these false distinctions. That's what you said. Occultism. You went straight to occultism to explain, Eric Mason, pastor, what African ancestor reverence is about. you try to say it's about occultism. Well, occultism is about the supernatural. And the last time I checked, Christianity is about the supernatural. End of discussion. End of discussion. Because you don't like the way somebody else interacts with the supernatural, then you therefore going to try to superimpose your version of interacting with the supernatural. You sound stupid as fuck. Somebody got to tell you that. And I wish we was face to face, because I would tell you that to your face. Bro, I would tell you that to your face. You sound stupid as fuck. Straight up. Or I would probably try to be, at first I'd try to be respectful about it, because I want to see if you're genuine. Are you really genuinely trying to learn? That's the problem I have with somebody like you, Pastor Mason. You want to run around social media, but you ain't really trying to learn. I would have more respect for you if you were really trying to learn. Why don't you quote from James P. Allen? Why don't you quote from real Egyptologists? None of you do. Vocab Malone, that truncated mental midget, he's quoting from outdated budge stuff too. Why don't you quote from real Egyptologists like Jan Assman? Like this gentleman who I just showed you here, Dr. James P. Allen, and others. John Donnell from Yale University. Why don't you quote from them? Why don't you get the Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt by Ian Shaw out of London University, London College? I think he's out of London University, but he's a graduate of Oxford. The Oxford Dictionary of it's the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. Get it, so you can stop sounding stupid when you bring it up, because it's annoying. But now I see why you look. You don't even know your own stuff. So how can I expect you to know ancient Egypt? You think acknowledgement is different from celebration when they're literally the same thing. But in your mind, because you want it to be different, because you're incapable of understanding that they're not different, you're going to go on your TikTok and tell people that acknowledgement, or your Facebook, because I got it documented. You said yourself, one thing I don't do, I don't lie on people. You said there are many variations in history that were done but not Christian. So my ancestor was. Acknowledgement and celebration is different, because he admitted that they acknowledge their biblical ancestors, but they don't celebrate them. That's why he said acknowledgement and celebration is different. And don't lie and say you didn't say that, because I have to go get the video and the rest of the documentation, and you know I got it all already. Because I know at any moment he's going to block me from his page, so I don't see or hear nothing else. And I'm cool with that. I ain't got no problem with that, you know. But they was being so disrespectful to Dr. Salim Faraji. I was like, wow. I didn't say nothing because I didn't want to disrespect Dr. Salim Faraji. I figured he can handle his own. Let him do him. He didn't need my help. But the level of that man has more scholarship in his pinky than all of them apologists put together, including Bantu. Y'all couldn't see me on my worst day. On my worst day, none of you could see me. See what you need to do? So let's get it together, people. Occult practice equals Christian supernatural beliefs, creeds, doctrines, and practices. So why you go into your Bible talking about occult practices, talking about African ancestry, I don't know. All right? Occult practices equal Christian supernatural beliefs, creeds, doctrines, and practices. Period. Okay? If you got a picture of the Last Supper in your house, that is occult behavior. Okay? Just to make it clear. It feels so good to have my feet up. I forgot I could get comfortable while I'm discoursing. Oh, so let's get back to that. Occult practice. Let me make sure my screen is right. Let me make sure you can see what you're supposed to see. Yeah. Okay. Now, why this thing so? Man, that thing going slow over there. That's all right, cool. So anyway, let's be clear about this. Occult practice That's what I want so y'all can see it. Occult practice equals supernatural beliefs, creeds, doctrines, and practices. So when they start talking that occult stuff to you, speaking in tongue, and then can you hear any people speak in tongue? Are you serious? And he does that a lot. This weirdo does that a lot. They start speaking in tongue and all this other angelic language, and people are these people are like they're like throwbacks. They're like throwback black people to the 1970s. When we really didn't have a lot of education going around, when we really couldn't study hardcore. That's what they remind me of. And unlike you, Eric Mason, I remember the early 70s. You wasn't born yet. Okay, I remember the early 70s. You remind me of those black people. Stuck in church, don't know anything about history, don't know anything about the history of their own religion, about the real history. Not that shit you study in the echo chamber that you live in. You all reside in the echo chamber where you reinforce fallacy over and over. That's why it'd be so easy for me to get you on the stage and destroy you in my first opening round, which I'm hopefully looking forward to one day. But I know you don't possess the Christian balls to see me, Eric Mason. I know it and you know it. I'll say it again. I know it, Eric Mason, Pastor Mason, and you know it. You do not possess the Jesus balls to see me. You know that. Okay, let's just keep it 100. You know that is not an embarrassment you want to suffer live in a debate, because I will welcome it. You, Chris Broussard, Bantu, Richardson, and your little proteges all together against little old me, so I can pull some stuff out that you ain't ready for. That's right. You think you've seen scholarship already. You haven't seen scholarship yet. That stuff them other dudes is talking, that's not scholarship. Okay? I ain't hear none of them talk about nuclear reactors, genetic engineering, and how it relates to the temples of ancient Egypt. I didn't hear none of them talk about that. None of them. So how they introduce some scholarship? Huh? Come on, man. Please. Intellectual legacy. That's what this is about. Playing with you people. You got to be out of your mind. So what we decided we're going to do is, so let's be clear. Hold on. Let's be clear. Occult practices, again, equal Christian supernatural beliefs, creeds, doctrines, and practices. Acknowledgement and celebration are synonyms. Two words that sound different but mean the same thing. Okay, so Pastor Eric Mason, somebody get this man a dictionary and a thesaurus, please. Okay? Please. So he can make sense when he's talking. All right? What you need to do, you need to put the Bible down and pick up a dictionary. So then you can know what you're talking about. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw this. And I saw you actually go to a section marked occultism to try to explain who African people are. Occult practice. Well, what the hell you think you're doing when you putting that wafer under your tongue and drinking, take this, the Lord's body, and drink this, the Lord's blood? Sacramental and ritual cannibalism. It's about, I'm saved by the blood. You sound like vampires. Literally. And that explains why most people don't realize Dracula is literally a Christian hero. And most people don't know that history. You're going to say, Shaka, prove it. And I'm going to have to prove it. And I will. That's no problem. But I just wanted us to be clear on this. Get that man a dictionary and a thesaurus. Now, I'm going to show you who Pastor Eric Mason is, and then I'm going to leave and get something to eat or take a walk in Central Park, whichever, or do both. Okay? Now, this is the book, Miseducation of the Negro. Because y'all think I'm making this up. I'm not making this up. I'm going to show you who Eric Mason is. Pastor Eric Mason. This is Carter G. Woodson, the founder of Negro History Week, which got turned into Black History Month. So he's basically the founder of Black History Month. He is the second Black man after W.E.B. Du Bois to graduate from Harvard University. He has that distinction. Okay? And he wrote a book called The Miseducation of the Negro. This is not Shakka-Ahmose. This is Carter G. Woodson. And listen to what he said so you can know who this man is. He said, the educated Negroes, told you, he said, the educated Negroes have the attitude of contempt towards their own people because in their own, as well as in their mixed schools, what is that? Multicultural. Their mixed school, Negroes are taught to admire the Hebrew and to despise the African. I will say it again. Educated Negroes have the attitude of contempt toward their own people because in their own, as well as in their mixed schools, multicultural, Negroes are taught to admire the Hebrew and to despise the African. That is why when he was asked about his African ancestors, he went straight to occultism. In favor of the Bible, but against his African ancestry and his African culture and his African history. He tried to describe it as occultism. Now, my thing is this. I don't have a problem. Let me just say this for a record. I don't have a problem with describing African culture or spiritualism as occultism because it deals, in some respects, it's dealing with what people would call the supernatural. I ain't got no problem with that. My thing is they have a problem with be defining with it. But why do you have a problem being defined with what you're doing? That makes no sense. You're asking somebody to suspend their thinking faculties in order to accommodate you, Pastor Mason. Those days are over in the Black community. Psychologically and intellectually, we are not accommodating anyone, and that includes foolish pastors like yourself. Okay? Who don't own a dictionary. Now, he said they're taught to admire the Hebrew, meaning the Bible, and to despise the African, ancient Egypt. Now watch this. I didn't give you the full quote, but to prove to you that Carter G. Woodson was talking about the Bible when he said Hebrew, look at the other languages he actually mentioned in the quote. He said, this is the full quote. The educated Negroes have the attitude of contempt toward their own people because in their own school, as well as in their mixed multicultural schools, Negroes are taught to admire the Hebrew, that's the Torah, the Greek, that's the New Testament, the Latin, that's the New Testament, the Vulgate, and the Teuton, which is Martin Luther and Protestantism, being a Protestant, and to despise the African. He named all of the major biblical languages. That is what Carter G. Woodson was referring to when he was talking about a miseducated Negro. So, Pastor Eric Mason, please step up and get your award for being the most miseducated Negro of the year. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay? Because this bullshit is going to stop. Y'all thought, see, but y'all didn't realize, look, I just been dealing with stuff. I got my personal life. I got a family. That's the only reason y'all haven't seen me. That's the only reason I haven't addressed these fools. But now it's full on. This is the first volley. It's full on. I still got over 100 people in here, Pastor Mason. There's over 100 people that just saw you get dunced. Because you dunced yourself. I didn't do anything. Only thing I did was show them what you did and what you said. You are the one that went to occultism. You occultist. You're an occultist. In fact, you're a high priest occultist. Eric Mason, you just haven't been taught to see yourself as such. But you need to be taught to see yourself as such because that's what you are. It's what you are by virtue of the definition of the word. But you want to toss the definition of the word out to shoot your Christian affinities, right? That's what you want. But we're not going to do that. We're not here to accommodate your thinking. This has nothing to do with Christianity being the white man's religion. It is a multicultural religion. And as a multicultural religion, its job is to neutralize the African-centered existentialism of our identity. Sorry, not going to accommodate you. The same way I'm not going to accommodate making black people disappear by having sex with all of these non-black people. I like my black people black. Okay? I like my mixed people mixed, and I like my white people white. Period. I tell that to people all the time. And I hate none of them. I have love for all of them. And I respect all of them. There's a page on Facebook, and it's about biracial people. And it's all about them being proud of being biracial. And they tell you, I'm not black and I'm not white. I am biracial. That's the truth of what they are. I don't call biracial people black. They're not black. You have some black and you have some white. You are something different, something new. And something new produced from the two. And I have no problem with that. I respect you and love you for what you are. It's other people that need you to say, oh, I'm black, I'm black. No, you're not. And because white people say, don't make it so, oh, if you got one drop, who said that? That's not a black rule. White people get to make all the rules now about anything? No. So, yeah, so Negro of the Year Award, you got it. I would say I'm proud of you, but it was long overdue, Pastor Mason. You got the Negro of the Year Award for trying to denigrate African spirituality, for trying to speak pejoratively and always speaking pejoratively about African spirituality, while at the same time taking advantage of a book that stole from that African spirituality. You know about Proverbs, was it 18 through 24 or 22 through 24? You know about that. Amenemo, you know about that. How the Bible writers use that writing from ancient Egypt to prop up Proverbs. If you take away the Egyptian writing out of Proverbs, your book is not complete. Eric Mason, that's just one part. Wait till I show the rest of what they took out the Bible. Yeah. Forget about what they left in. I'm going to show you what they took out. And no, it's not your apocrypha either. The kind of stuff I'm talking about, Eric Mason, you don't know anything about because you're not educated. You're miseducated, and all you know how to do is miseducate black people. That's it. I'm just telling you the truth. So is there anything else before I go? I don't think so. So yeah, this is important. This is very important, people, right? I need you. We need you. You need. We need to support the channel. Support Hieroglyph with Shakka-Ahmose. That's my Cash App. $ Shakka-Ahmose. I keep it real simple. I'm not going to tell you, go see me on Instagram. Go see me over here. Go see me. I know. Go see me at Cash App. So I have a reason to come back here and continue to teach. I'm going to teach whether you do it or not, but it helps and it makes a difference, and I appreciate it, you know? It allows me to do this, to be quite honest. That's just the truth of the matter. Without the support, I can't do this, right? Without the support, I have to do other things to get that guap. So I would rather be able to study hardcore, come up here, teach you people the truth, show you the truth, and have you subsidize it. See, that's the one thing about black people got to understand. You can't complain about BET. You can't complain about all these other networks that just want to give you slave movies. And then when somebody comes along and tries to give you something real, you don't want to support it, contribute, or invest. You can't do that. You can't have it both ways. That's not the way this works. Do the right thing and do the black thing. Forget about the right. Do the black thing and go see me at $ Shakka-Ahmose in your Cash App, and then say, hey, Shakka, thank you. To him. Okay? So you're going to love the next one. I promise you. Each one that I do, you're going to love more than the last one. I promise you. Depending on what mood I'm in, I might come back tonight. It all depends. You know, it all depends. It all depends on how much inspiration I get from you guys. So I really just wanted to do this, and y'all have no idea. One thing y'all don't know, Y'all have no idea how much I was looking forward to doing this. Like normally to get me in front of the camera, it's like pulling teeth. I don't normally like doing lives, but I made a commitment. Somebody said something to me the other day, and it really made me think. They said, Shaka, I love watching you, but you don't really come on all the time. And I get frustrated. I want to learn more from you when you come on, and he said something that at first I was offended, and then I thought about it as I walked away. He said, how can you expect people to commit to you if you don't commit to them? And I was like, you know what? I can't argue. I said, I don't argue with reason. Anytime somebody says something that's reasonable to me, I don't argue with it. And so when he said that, I called somebody who I work closely with, and I told her, I said, look, I have to do a lot. I have to be consistent with my channel. I have to come up here every day and do something. I have to give something, teach something. So if I come and teach for 30 minutes, great. If I come and teach for an hour, great. All I'm asking you to do is just support the channel so that this can really be worthwhile for me to do it, you know? Because I can't come every day if I'm not, you know what I mean? I live in the same reality you all live in. You know, we all have responsibilities and things of that nature. So, but I love doing it. And so I'm determined to be here. And for those who really want this conversation, who really want to be taught and have things set right, do that. Eric Mason is always welcome to come on my platform, and we can have a live discussion in front of people. You could bring your PowerPoint, or we don't really need a PowerPoint. We could just really just share screens and just show people what we want to see, you know, or we could just go straight off the dome. I don't have a problem with that. Anybody from the urban apologetics community is welcome from, you know, but only the dragons. I only deal with dragons. You know what I'm saying? So give me the grand dragons. Damon Richardson, Vince Bantu, Eric Mason. Those are the grand dragons. You're all welcome to come on my platform. You know, if you want to embarrass me in public, this is the place to do it. Where else better to do it than the temple, house of life, right here. Hieroglyph. Do it on a Hieroglyph platform. Because eventually you're going to be talking about Hieroglyph. I guarantee that. I promise that. You're going to be talking about this platform. Because the kind of things I'm going to be showing on it, y'all going to be really mad. You thought I was showing stuff on the other platform that I was on? Oh, no. Even he knew I was saving my best stuff all that time for this channel. He knew it. Shout out to my brother Sanetta. Sanetta TV, shout out to them over there. I know they're doing well. And, you know, and that's it. So for those of you okay, now that I'm done, I can look in the, I'm gonna take 5 minutes, I'm gonna look in the chat, whatever I can respond to, I will, if it's worth responding to or not. So, well, you said, now look at this. Rand said, I wish I knew how to read hieroglyphs. I just showed you the book to get, Middle Egyptian. Like, are you people even paying attention? Real talk. You know? Real talk. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Very much so. Absolutely. I genuinely do. Facts. Absolutely. Facts. Absolutely. YouTube Shorts. Contact me and tell me how to do YouTube Shorts. Show me how. Take me by the hand and lead me. In ancient Egypt, they had a word. They had a saying. In fact, Jan Assman, in his other book, Life, I think, Death in Ancient Egypt, he quotes one of the texts, and it's beautiful. It says, one cannot truly live unless one is taken by the hand. So if there's something you guys want to see me achieve and accomplish, and you think you could be instrumental, contact me. Like, shout out to my brother Omar. This brother wanted me to come on Clubhouse so bad. He contacted me and was willing to walk through the app with me while I was on my tablet, on my iPad, right? This is an iPad. He was willing to walk through with me while I was on my iPad to help me navigate it. But we ended up having a conversation about the Bible that lasted for like 5 hours. Because y'all know me, once I get started, I can't stop. So, yeah. Now, what's truthful with me is that I don't give all my knowledge away at once. I slow drip it. Why? Because a lot of the things your mind has to be prepared for. But when you start really getting taken in to this world of really breaking down the Bible, this stuff that you see on social media and these little groups, it's stupid. It's kindergarten stuff. They're not really showing you the stuff you really need to see and know to really break this stuff down. I mean, there's some good stuff out there, you know. There's some okay stuff out there. But the kind of things that I know, most of you wouldn't believe it possible to even know this kind of stuff. But no, I don't just because you wouldn't even understand what I was talking about anyway. You understand? So, hey, that's the most beautiful thing I've seen. That was beautiful. I appreciate that. Lavish Life, I really genuinely appreciate that. For sure. Absolutely. I will. I certainly will get used to your name. Absolutely. So, oh, that's another thing too. This is really important. Thank you, Neek. Please remember to like, press like. Please remember to like the broadcast, and and turn on your notifications so that when I come on, you get notified. I think that's how it works. You have to turn on your notification. I can't notify you. You have to go to your channel and turn it on, so that way when I come on, you won't miss. Okay, and it's really important. Dr. Mason. Would I be willing to speak to Dr. Mason? I've been dying to speak to. I sent him a friend request. He didn't send me a friend request, and then I had to wait like damn near a year for him to accept my friend request. So that's why I didn't know we were friends on Facebook. Had I known we were friends, and I'm gonna say this again because I have to mean this. I have to be honest. Like, I'm a complex person, but I'm also simple. And to put it plain and simple, as a man, I have great respect for Pastor Eric Mason, because you can see his images on his Facebook page. You see him with his family. He loves his family. I genuinely believe he loves his community. I genuinely believe he loves the Black community. The man is just highly miseducated. That's it. What you can't, and there's really, I can't say there's nothing you can do about that. It's just the fact of the matter. But I respect and appreciate him as a man and as a member of our community, because I think he's probably doing good things I don't even know about. So I don't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't think, oh, this is a bad person, you're evil, or I don't think in those terms. I just know for a fact that Eric Mason is, and not just him, all of them, they are highly miseducated about ancient Egypt, about Christianity, and about the relationship between the two. And they're highly miseducated about all of the material pertaining to it. And here's the problem that I have. With all of the good information out there, and I'm not talking about this 19th century scholars and all that dumb shit. Nobody reads that stuff. Nobody I know in the Kemetic community reads that stuff. You think Jabari is reading Alvin Boyd Kuhn and Kersey Graves, 16 Crucified Saviors? Ain't nobody at our level reading that shit. That's 19th century stuff. We're not looking at that. We're not even on what's his name, Brother Asar. I think his name is, who's been over on Sunday the TV lately doing a lot of discourse on ancient Kemet. He's not reading that 19th. Well, he does quote a bit too much from Budge, so let me just back up for a second. No, that's not a shot at my brother. It's just an observation. Like, you won't see me quoting Budge. You know what I'm saying? Or if I do, it will be not. It'll be what I call a sweeping statement. Like Massey got some overall ideas correct. Budge got some overall ideas correct. And where they are correct, I will quote them. Where they are incorrect, I will not quote them. That's how it works. That's all. That's why I still have Massey's work. I have Alvin Boyd Kuhn's work. Where they are correct, where a statement they make lines up with the cutting edge scholarship of today, that's current, that's cutting edge, I will quote them. They deserve to be quoted. How would you feel if you were right about something that people just threw all your work out because you got a few things wrong, or even a lot of things wrong? You might have a lot. Look, what if you got everything wrong in your book, but the one thing you got right was something nobody else got right until 100 years later? That's revolutionary. You understand? That's revolutionary. So, no, I don't, none of us subscribe to Blavatsky. She was a nut. The only people who would subscribe to Blavatsky are people in the Moorish Science Temple. And that's why I say I'm not a member of the conscious community, because there's a lot of stuff that people in the conscious community believe that's a bunch of bullshit. You know, there's a bunch of bullshit. Circle 7 Quran and all this retarded shit. This stuff is retarded. Yeah, and I'm not shy about that. I've done whole lectures on that, and I've shown where it is retarded. So if it's retarded, just call it what it is. The Hebrew Israelite stuff, they're stupid because they don't know, they don't read the real science on the stuff. The real science on it shows that the whole Israelite project was a project based around, learn this word, Hebrew Israelites, amalgamation. If you look at, how do they describe the Hebrew Israelites? This tribe, the Mexicans are this tribe. This group over here is this tribe. The Indians are this tribe. The Native Americans are this tribe. So apparently, your group is all one big umbrella group that deals with multiculturalism. Duh. The whole thing was based on multiculturalism. As an advocate for African identity, I don't subscribe to multiculturalism. That's not hard to understand when you understand how things work and how they don't work. Real simple. I love all of you. And that includes my urban apologist brothers, because the truth of the matter is we get excited about each other. We don't like to admit it. But when I say we get excited because it's like the Knicks being excited about the Miami Heat, or the Miami Heat being excited about I don't really follow basketball, so I don't really know any other team. The Boston Celtics, right? Or the New Jersey Nets, if they still exist. I don't know if they do, right? And other, or football. Dallas being excited about the Eagles. When I say being excited about, meaning that without the other team, what purpose do you have? Their opposition provides purpose and meaning for your life, not the whole thing. Like Christianity, I just think Christianity and the Bible is. First of all, I love the Bible. I love the Bible because I know the actual history of it, and it's far more intriguing than anything that these believers think. What the believers think, they're a waste of time because they believe the narrative. And they don't understand that the narrative is only a small part of that book. The narrative means the stories on the pages. But what they don't understand is that the book itself has a story. The book, the shape of the book, the mechanism of what a book is, where books actually come from, the pages, those things have a story themselves. The industry in which it came into existence, all of those things have a story, a history, and a backdrop. But these believers don't know anything about that because they're too caught up in only one part of the book, which is the narrative. And the narrative doesn't even tell the story. It actually doesn't tell the story at all. The funny part about the Bible is that the only thing that's not in the story is the actual story about the Bible. Genius. It's genius. It's like reading Harry Potter. You can read Harry Potter, but is the narrative of Harry Potter going to tell you anything about how the book Harry Potter came together? Of course not. It's not going to tell you about the printing company. It's not going to tell you about J.K. Rowling's. It's not going to tell you about the publishing company. It's not going to tell you about the distribution company. It's not going to tell you about any of that. So goes the Bible. To know the fuller story of Harry Potter, you got to know all of that. You got to know the history of J.K. Rowling. You got to know what was her inspiration, where was she when she wrote it, what was her motivation. Same thing for the Bible writers, right? And if you think Moses wrote the first book, you're a first-class idiot. I died when I was on a mountain talking to you, fucking idiot. Yeah. And then the rationalizations that they use to explain that shit away. It's pathetic. That kind of thinking should be banished from the Black community, in my opinion. You shouldn't be allowed to think to be stupid. We should have a much higher standard for each other. So please support the channel. Thank you for spending time with me. I love you all, because without each other, what do we have? Come on, be honest. Without each other, we're stuck watching some. One of the things that I do all the time, I go around Facebook a lot, just looking at what people are talking about as far as the Bible and Jesus, or even other subject matters. And I get so angry and upset. I'm like, they're not interesting at all. Like they're not, like nobody really pulled me in. And then I'm like, you know why, fool? Because you're not doing it. And I'm like, yeah, well, here you are. Right? Like this is the kind of stuff that should be spoken about and known. So anyway, with that, yeah, I appreciate you all. And the next one is going to be way better than this. You're really going to like it. So what I decided to do is this. I have a very vast library. Like my library is insane. And so what I'm going to do is I'm basically just going to unleash my entire library on this channel. Yeah. The things that are really special are things that people can, those will be paid for meetings that will probably be held on, I'm thinking maybe Sunday afternoons. I'll do the paid meetings on Sunday afternoons, you know. Does subscription. So people who want to subscribe to my lectures or my groups, if you want to subscribe, where I'll be talking about things that I won't talk about publicly. That's for people who really, cause, you know, they say don't cast pearls amongst the swine. You know, not that you guys are swine, but man, gotta eat. You know, but no, but truthfully speaking, it's just the value. You know, it's the value attached to a lot of the things that I have to teach. You know, and some of it is going to, a lot of it's going to blow your mind. A lot of you will freak out and jump out of your skin because you won't believe some of the things that you're looking at. But that's what it is. When you study hard, when you really, really do your homework and you go hard, especially to the level that I have, life is different. It's very different. And I want to share as much of it as I can with people as I possibly can and make a living at doing it, you know, support my family, take care of my, you know, self. And I can do that with you guys' help. With you guys' help, I can do this. Like what we're doing right here, I can do this. You know, every day I have enough knowledge in here to teach you every day something brand new for 10 years straight, 30 years straight. Yeah, half a century. That's how much knowledge I have up here. You know, it's a lot. And I want to bring as many of you along with me as I possibly can. And I just had to remind myself that this is not for everybody. Like that's where I was making my mistake. I wanted my channel to be for everybody. I don't want my channel to be for everybody. I want my channel to be about, my platform to be about people who really enjoy knowing where the Bible really came from, what's the truth about ancient Egypt, and what's the relationship between all of that. Because it's fascinating. It's the most fascinating thing I've ever encountered in my life. And I've encountered a lot of things that people don't know about, that I don't speak about. But the relationship between the Bible and ancient Egypt and the truth about ancient Egypt, all of that stuff, and you haven't really heard it. Unless you've taken my private classes, you won't know. For those people who've taken my private classes, who came to my Friday night build, they know a lot more about this stuff than any of you do. A lot more. Because I taught them. I didn't just teach them, I showed them. I documented it for them so they could go check for themselves. Yeah. Now remember, everybody has different standards. There's some people who are just strictly metal neturists. That's all they want to know. What is the metal neturists? Let me decipher the metal neturists. That's fine. That's not this channel. We're going to be going into the metal netur, but with a purpose. And there's a reason for that. Just to let you know. The reason why I don't subscribe strictly I'm not a 100% metal naturist is because I learned from the mistakes of history. And the one thing that Germans found out with philology, or Europe in general, Europe had to learn the hard way that philology, or the study of language, can only reveal but so much. And that's because language is subjective. It's not objective. It's subjective and very much open to interpretation. Whereas some of the other things, like the economic history of a country, things of that nature, where you have numismatic evidence and more primary evidence, you don't have to wonder. It's there. It's literally in stone. Which is why we know the Bible came from the pyramid text, because it's in stone, and the coffin text because it's in wood. These are like non-perishable items. And that's why these Christians got a problem that they won't ever be able to solve. Jesus can't solve that problem for you. I told you. The reason Jesus didn't build a pyramid is because he couldn't. You want to see a miracle? The pyramids are miracles, since you need to believe in miracles. Those pyramids are miracles. Okay? And did it at a time when nobody had nobody was using electric drills. Nobody was using Caterpillar cranes that you see these construction sites out here. Wasn't nobody using that. It was using African genius. Okay? African genius. quadratic equations. Okay? That's what they were using. That's right. Real geometry, the golden number, the golden ratio, all that other stuff that the Greeks came to learn from the Africans. You will not ever take that legacy. And there's no amount of Christianity or Jesusifying or Jehovah, no amount of any of that could ever take the place of that intellectual legacy. Period. You want to give us crumbs when we cook the meal? How dare you? I'm gone. Thank for all of you. Oh, to all of you who gave, thank you. Your name goes on a special list, by the way. People who gave, even if it's just, when you support, it's a time project that I'm working on. All of those names are going on a special list because eventually I'm going to do something very special, and it's only going to be for those people on that list. They will all be contacted, mass email. Yes, support does not go unrewarded, and it shouldn't. Support should not ever go unrewarded. So anyway, I'll see you guys in a while. Thanks for spending time with me. Welcome to Hieroglyph. We are back. We are black, and the truth is here. Period. Period. Truth is here, people. Okay? So with that, I will wish you Ujasaneb and Hotep. And if you want to contact me, look in the description. Everything you need to know is in the description. I'm out. See you in a little while. Oh, wait a minute. Not yet. I got to read some of these comments because there's a lot of comments in here. All about whatever. Okay, anyway. Hey.